මේකට කිව්වේ ඉතින් spaghetti con sauce, quindi box che sale bene, il zip di semi tapi yang lain itu atau di sekolah terus dekat polisi gitu
meantime bagan
pada syuting budaya itu betul betul
just video ada dia lah. Video ada dia just
No, I actually won't let us take it. I'm sorry. Well, I did. It was so bad. I did. Why you doing it? Yeah, well, last year, did you like? Are you sad? I got to do it. I'll let you do it tomorrow. Last week really different. I did this swim. Oopsie.
यूज़ करना ना
ये काही एक्सप्लेनेशन होता है already oh
A very good morning to all of you. We are going to start off our second day of the 2 days meditation retreat. Now, Offerings are on the way. Shall we start the puja, letting them come inside, and then yes, I think probably both lines could be a little bit closer so that you can easily touch. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Iti piso bhagava arahato samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato kavidu anuttaro purisa brahmasarati sattha deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato kavidu anuttaro purisa brahmasarati sattha deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato kavidu anuttaro purisa brahmasarati sattha deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato kavidu anuttaro purisa brahmasarati sattha deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato kavidu anuttaro purisa brahmasarati sattha deva manussana buddho bhagavati sadhu sadhu sadhu. Shall we bow 3 times to the Buddha? Let me see, who are the newcomers today? Raise your hand. All right, yes. Okay, so the first thing that we'll be doing today is to give you the precepts, and those of them who already took 8 precepts, they can consider this is as a renewal of their 8 precepts, and for others, they are going to take 8 precepts. Say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. In order to take the precept, there is a request for a precept, so please repeat after me. Okasa aham bhante tisaranena satthin attanga silang dhammang yachang anugraham katva silang detame bhante dutiyampi ඕකාස අහං භන්තේ. තිසරණේන සබ්බෙන් අට්ඨංග සමන්නාගතං සීලං ධම්මං යාචාමි. අනුග්‍රහං කତ୍වා සීලං දේතමේ බන්තේ. තතියම්පි ඕකාස අහං බන්තේ. තිසරණේන සබ්බෙන් අට්ඨංග සමන්නාගතං සීලං ධම්මං යාචාමි. අනුග්‍රහං කତ୍වා සීලං දේතමේ බන්තේ. අනුකම්පං උපාදාය. Put your palms together when you take precepts. For children, everybody. Homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato. Please say 3 times. Buddham saranam gacchami. Dhammam saranam gacchami. Sangham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi buddham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi sangham saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi buddham saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi sangham saranam gacchami. 8 precepts. Panati pata viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Adinādāna viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Ambrahmacharya viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Musāvādā viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Surameraya majjapama daddhāna viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Vikāla bhojana viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Nachcha gīta vādita visukha dassana mālā gandha vilepana dhārana mandana vibhūṣanaṭṭhāna viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Utthāsayana mahāsayana viramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So, as you know, we started off our meditation retreat yesterday. We had a 5 hours of time yesterday for the first day, but today we are spending the full day from 8 to 5 p.m. So the first thing that I'm asking, because we have children, we have a couple of things to say. The first thing is to keep your voice to a minimum, almost we call stay silent, practice noble silence. Because many of others are practicing at the same time. So always keep the noble silence. Today you are not going to talk to each other. You have lots of time to talk to each other after, maybe after the retreat. That is number one. And the second thing is, we are going to learn something today, new things, and also we are going to improve what we already know. I mean, other people's perspectives, adults, and even children. Our retreat's theme is wise attention. As you can see, it's not here, wise attention. Wise attention means Yoniso Manasikara in Pali. Yesterday we were discussing about it. We explained Yoniso Manasikara in the way how we understand our experience in our lives, sensory experience. Okay, that means tracing any sensory experience down to its origin is what we learned about wise attention. Now we are going to practice walking meditation called mindful walking. Since there are a couple of new people, and I'm going to explain a little bit of walking meditation again. How many of you have practiced walking meditation? I mean, I'm asking from newcomers today. Raise your hand. It's your practice. Okay. When you practice walking meditation, there are certain things that you need to keep in mind. Number one is choose a moderate distance. I think the gain is too much. Yeah. Choose a moderate distance. Don't walk so far. And when you walk, because we have a very limited space over here in terms of space, you have to respect how other people walk and don't bump into them. Let's say if you walk here, you are going to choose a moderate distance like this, from this mall to the other side. That's number one. Number two is speed up your walking. When you walk, don't walk too fast or don't walk too slow. Okay? So, walk in a moderate way. That means you are able to understand what's happening when you are walking. And then understanding the purpose of walking. The purpose of walking is to, doing the walking meditation is to understand the overall movement of your walking. Let's say when you walk, as you can see, you are lifting your feet, you are moving forward and putting your foot down and pressing it down, and then the other foot is being lifted, and this process has to be watched as it happens. That is the purpose. And there are a couple other things to pay attention to. You can place your hands wherever comfortable, on your belly, behind your back, or at your sides. And when you walk, you may see things, you may see people, but do not try to investigate those people, those things. Don't interpret. Just observe that this is just a person, this is just a thing. Your focus is on the walking. At the same time, you may hear sounds, not that much because everybody is maintaining noble silence. If you hear a sound, maybe heating, maybe air conditioning, maybe something else, maybe a washing, maybe a sound of washroom. You just treat it as just a sound, but do not try to interpret what is this sound, where does it come from, and all that. Don't do that. Also, you may smell certain things. Do not interpret. So your focus is mainly on the walking, nothing else. Of course, you are not talking to anybody, so there is no focus on that. You are just watching your walking. By 9 o'clock, that means we are going to finish walking. By that time, we have almost 30 minutes of time. Let's say you are walking from a side to the other side, then you are going to pause, stop for a moment, and then you are telling yourself that I am going to end my walking meditation practice at this moment. But as you finish, you have to consider how you might bring this kind of awareness into the rest of your day. That means even after, even during the retreat, even you do other practices, even you do other meditation practices, even you are walking here and there during the retreat, even after, more important, after the retreat, after 5 p.m., you should be able to bring this walking meditation as much as you can. But be careful, if you, let's say you are crossing the road, at that point you are not able to practice walking meditation in that way. You should not do that. That is a different situation. So try to practice walking meditation whenever you are safe, whenever you know that you can do it. Right? At other times you have to take caution. Okay? Alright, so let's rise and we will get started our walking meditation. Some of you can go to the hallway, some of you can go to the basement. If you think you can go outside, you can go outside and then the compound outside. And please make sure to come here by 9 a.m. going to practice sitting meditation now. If you have a mobile phone, please switch off or turn to silent mode. For children, do not run in the hall. Keep yourself to a minimum of talking. Can somebody let people from outside the hall to come inside the hall? If you have a mobile phone, please turn off or turn to silent mode. It's better to keep this area free. Yes. Yes, great. Alright, so we're going to start off the sitting meditation. For many of you who are here, understand how we practice sitting meditation. We are practicing Anapanasati, breathing meditation. So we have a general guideline. Number one is sit comfortably. What do you mean by sit comfortably? For children, keep a space between two of you. Bed. Yes. Okay, so first thing is sit comfortably. And then you might be sitting on a chair, cushion, or on the ground, but you are going to sit comfortably. Comfort is very important before the meditation, but not too cozy, just a comfortable sitting. Second is keeping your body upright. Keeping your body upright. Don't be hunchback. Okay, this is very important. Unless you have a health problem, don't lean onto the walls. And the third thing, what we're going to do is, we are going to scan our body in terms of that this is the body that I will be using for watching breaths. My body, your body. You're going to get a sense of how my body is like. Weight, size, shape, and all that. After that, we are going to relax our body. Relaxing the body is very important, because if you are not relaxed enough, then you are not able to watch your breathing. How to relax our body? By taking deep breaths. 1 to 3 deep breaths. For some people, even a single deep breath is enough. But for some others, they might need to go to 2 to 3 breaths. And then we are going to start off the actual breath meditation. That means we are going to watch our natural breaths. We are not taking, we just watch how natural breaths arise, how they stay for a short time, and then how they go away. And you may be distracted sometimes, because our thoughts can go here and there. It's okay. If that happens, we gently redirect your focus back to the breath. The other thing I want to say that I got a feedback from somebody. They would like to ask some questions in Sinhala, because we originally planned to have this retreat in English. So if you have it, you can speak in Sinhala, we will translate. There is a gentleman over there, Bhante Mahatman, he will translate. And if you are more concerned about kind of a very more detailed question, you can write down. There's a box outside. Write your question in Sinhala. I will see it, I will translate, I will answer in both Sinhala and English. But not to make it a mix, kind of a salad over here. Alright, so let's get started our breath meditation. We have 30 minutes of time. Sit comfortably. You may be seated on a chair or a cushion on the floor, but sit comfortably. Keep your body upright. But not too tight. Just keep your body upright. Throughout the meditation time, don't be hunchback. Hands resting wherever they are comfortable. You might put your right palm on the left palm, or you might just rest them on the both side of your knee. Hands resting wherever they are comfortable. Tongue on the roof of your mouth. Tongue on the roof of your mouth. This is just to maintain your focus. The next thing to do is to scan your body. How can we scan our body? Why are we going to scan the body, our body? Because we need to understand that this is the body that I will be using for watching breaths, my own body. You are going to, it's like that you go to a mirror and then you're going to see yourself from the mirror. Like being a third person looking at yourself. When you are scanning your body, you will see different manifestations of your body. Weight, size, shape and all that. But don't be attached, don't be greedy for your body, just get a sense of your body. After scanning the body and getting a sense of your body, then you are going to relax your body. How to relax? As I said earlier, you are going to take some deep breaths. If you think that you have any tightness or tension in your body, you can start with a deep breath. After taking even one deep breath, if you are not thinking that you are not relaxed enough, you can go to 2 deep breaths, maybe 3 deep breaths. 3 is enough. After taking deep breaths, whenever you are relaxed, then is the time to go into the actual breath meditation. What is actual breath meditation? That means now we are going to start the practice. The process up until that moment is the preparation stage. Now we are going to start. We are going to watch our natural breaths. Natural breaths come in different forms, maybe a short breath, a long breath, or mixture of breaths. That means you are already breathing, but now you are going to pick one breath, maybe a short breath, maybe it might be a long breath, maybe a short breath, maybe a mixture. You're going to see how that particular breath arose, how it stayed for a moment, how it went away. And these 3 stages of that breath. But keep in mind, one breath at a time. You are watching one breath at a time, not two breaths. You pick one breath and you're looking at how that particular breath started off, arose, stayed, and how it went. Keep watching this way. As you practice, in case you get distracted, don't worry. Don't blame yourself. That's the nature of the thoughts unless we don't have a good practice. At that point, you are going to kindly I'm going to kindly redirect your focus back to the watching of the breath. Alright, let's do this practice. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, now we are taking a 15 minutes break for tea. I think there's a snack waiting for you. So please come back here around, I would say, 9:45 for the Q&A about meditation challenges. Please keep the normal silence. Huh? Nama dua lima kami haknya memang lima naik terus. Kan yang dengan nama dua. start off the Q&A about meditation challenges. So if you have any questions about meditation or encountered any meditation challenge, you can ask at this point. And if you want to ask in Sinhala also, I can translate and I can answer that question too. There is a sign-in sheet outside for those who want to see me in person to ask any question if they don't want to ask here. එළිය තියෙනවා කොලයක් මාව හම්බෙන්න ඕන 1:00 2:00 3:30 අතරේ ඔයාලගේ නම ලියන්න මේ විතර 10 දෙනෙක් විතරයි ගන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. දැන් දෙන්නෙක් විතර ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. All right. First question. Why don't you take the other mic? Can you come on here? The other mic. No, this one, the small one. Also, can we ask someone from the technical side to turn on the other main mic? They are not here. No, we need the mic too. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not here. Maybe you can try see the mic on that table. Doesn't work, right? It's okay, then you can take this mic closer and ask the question. Talk like this. Yeah, it's working for this.
Question is, since the walking meditation, I sat down until half an hour, I only remember for a couple of minutes of it. So I don't know whether I slept through it
Yeah,
or I
others cannot hear, right? That's the problem. Can we ask someone to come from the technical side? Can you, please? Because everybody should hear the questions. Take the mic closer.
Since I finished the walking meditation and sat down, first I remember first couple of minutes, trying to focus on what you as we said. I do not remember until the bell rang. So until the bell rang or the next 9:30 when you said it's tea break. So I'm wondering whether I slept through the half an hour sitting down or that's maybe is that an explanation or.
Can you rephrase the question? Like you practice the walking meditation as I instructed.
Yes, I did.
And then you sat down.
I came and sat down.
And then
I focused, as you said, on my breathing.
breathing meditation.
Meditation. I can't remember since then.
You
I
can.
don't remember what I was since then until you said it's tea break. I kind of wonder, is it maybe explanation that maybe I slept through half an hour? Okay.
You cannot don't remember what I said by the end of the.
Yeah, I was saying if I did whatever I was doing was right thing, or maybe I was sleeping while I was sitting down.
Oh, you felt like you doze off?
I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe there's any kind of explanation from me.
Okay, good. You can keep the both mics somewhere, probably somewhere. Okay, good. Okay, so a question like whether I meditate properly or not, right? And whether I doze off, whether I slept during the meditation, has to be understood, has to be answered case by case. The First thing is the inadequate practice, because in order to see a certain progress of the meditation, we need to keep the practice, keep the walking and sitting practice for a certain period of time. Then only you can know by yourself that whether I make even a little progress on that particular meditation. That's one thing. Why we doze off, if you ask that question separately, it is multifaceted. It could be maybe you didn't have enough sleep last night. It could be due to a health problem. It could be due to not following the proper way of the meditation. You were not yesterday here, right? Okay. Maybe I'm going to show you the process. Yesterday I was explaining about the breath meditation. So we start off just the way how I explained with the guidelines. That means sit comfortably. Right? Don't be hard on meditation. Why is it? I probably think Brother Utlu, can you read this notice board, the white board? That's very good. Okay. So, in meditation, especially if you ask me about sleep, why a lot of people doze off, they feel sleepy in the meditation, it could be due to those three reasons. So we have to particularly understand. In meditation practice or in overall Buddhist practice, we have to be very careful about our virya. Virya means energy. Virya. If you put too much virya into meditation, then you will end up with what you call uddhacca. Pali word. We call it restlessness. Thinking, tonight I am going to be a sotapanna. Very hard meditation. Right? You're so excited about Buddhist practices, meditation, puja, chanting. That excitement is something called too excited. We don't need to be too excited about anything, because then you will get caught up with uddhacca. Restless. Your mind is very restless. Actually, you are coming here to be free, to be peaceful, right? But if you have less virya, this is too much virya, we call it too much virya, and then too less virya, you will end up with something called Tila. Tila means, the usual translation is slow and torpor. That means laziness of your mind and mental factors. So these two are extremes in our practice. So one of the reasons that why people doze off when they meditate could be they have less virya. If they try so much but the meditation doesn't work, that means they are too excited about meditation. That means they have too much virya, which is unnecessary. So we have to balance out. We must balance out our virya. Example is Bhante Soma. Bhante Soma story. Do you remember the Bhante Soma story? What happened to him? He said to the Buddha, but I do meditating, but my meditation doesn't seem working. It is just a practice only, the way how I think. So the Buddha asks a very good question from him according to his career, previous career as a layperson. Okay, you were a musician before became a monk. You had a veena, you played the veena very well. How did you play the veena very well to make the proper music? Then he broken down his questions to Bhante Soma in this way. What if you are trying to play your strings, what do you call, too tight. You are going to play the veena too tight. I mean, you are going to make strings too tight. Do you get the interesting music that you are trying to play? He said no. That means it is same with regard to the meditation practice. Even any practice, dharma, sila, you are not going to make it too hard on that. What if that you are going to play the veena with the strings too slack, too loose? Will you get the same, will you get the good music? He said no. But what if you are not making your strings not too tight or not too slacken, not too loose? Will you get the music? He said yes. In the same way, when you meditate, the reason that has affected you was that you were very hard on meditation. You were too excited, too hard on that. That was a problem, that was a hindrance to you. In meditation practice, don't be too hard, because it's just you are trying to make your mind peaceful. That is the only purpose. It's not the quantity. You cannot quantify your meditation. You might say, I do meditation every day, so I should be a peaceful person. It won't happen that way. It might not be. Right? That's why you need a teacher. Right? Teacher will assess you. So, this could be one of the reasons of why people do so. But if you want to self-assess about your meditation, it is better to have that kind of a question after a certain period of time of practice, not just in one day. Maybe you've been practicing, but practice for a certain time and then think about whether I can follow the instructions properly or as much as I could. Okay? And yesterday I said the meditation, breath meditation in particular, when you are practicing breath meditations, we will first, if the progress is happening, the first thing will happen to us is wrong indications. We have to get over this step. This is usual to all of us. You may see certain things, certain colors, but you don't get caught up. You still continue your meditation, watching the breaths. And then you will come to a certain stage called joy and happiness. Of course, when you practice meditation, at a certain point you will feel jovial and happy. But don't get caught up. I'm so happy. Maybe I must have been enlightened already. That kind of a thought is distracting. Yeah. Continue watching the breath. And then you might come to a stage that you are almost breathless. You might also feel, I am already enlightened. That happens because you are calming yourself. You are breathing, but you feel you are almost breathless because you have calmed your breaths in the proper way. As you continue your watching breaths, you will come to a stage finally, thoughtless. Not many thoughts come to you. That means thoughts are coming, but not many distracting thoughts are coming. You can see certain clarity in your mind. This is the time that you are going to the contemplation. I said anicca, viraga, nirodha, patimasa. So, one of the reasons why some people's meditation doesn't work is that maybe they don't follow this process. No proper instructions. Alright. Okay. Other questions about meditation? Yes, please mute the two mics. Somebody has to pass the mics down. Both mics. Small one too. If you have a question in Sinhala, please ask. Okay, don't worry. I will translate to others and answer in Sinhala too. Yes, after. Okay.
Is it okay to change the position that you first started with the meditation?
Breath meditation? Of course. Sit comfortably. Then she in the back, and then you. But let me add one thing. Breathing meditation or breath meditation is a very particular practice. You cannot practice breath meditation while walking. When you ask me the posture, I understand probably knee, legs, that kind of a change, I think. Not that you are walking and then you are closing your eyes and you are trying to watch. That's not going to work. You don't do it because that's very unsafe. Breathing meditation should be only done with a sitting posture. In that sitting, you may change your legs. You may sit down on a cushion. You may change to a chair. That kind of change is okay, but not the whole posture like walking, lying down.
Bhante, if you are doing the walking meditation before or after our actual meditation, what's the benefit of it? Do we have to do the walking meditation before our actual meditation?
You mean, is it necessary to practice walking before sitting?
Not the sitting. I'm talking about the walking meditation before or after the actual meditation. What are the benefits we are getting it through the walking meditation?
Before and after, you mean what is the benefit of walking meditation?
Yeah, we are doing the meditation, we are doing the walking meditation first, and then we are sitting and doing our actual bhavana. So, with the walking meditation, what kind of a benefits we are getting it to this actual bhavana?
Number one is don't go to that thought. What are the benefits? We are not looking at benefits of anything. We are doing it just to keep us calm and then to be more aware of what is happening. We don't take it as a benefit. We look at it as a support for our spiritual practice. That means we are walking for the most part of the day, and then we understand that we walk for another purpose. We normally walk for another purpose. We walk to get something, we walk to talk to somebody, we walk to drive, we walk to maybe to get something. So the initial purpose of walking is always forgotten. Sometimes in order to respond to react to somebody with an emotional perspective, we might walk, we don't watch it. So if you watch it, that akusala response can be diminished. I mean, let's say you are so angry, you are going to walk to the other room, and then if you watch how you walk, you may be forgetting the akusala response to that person. I should not. So I think it is better. Walking is a supportive to minimize akusalas that you are making afterward. So it helps us a lot. So that is happening even before, during, after. And as I said in the instructions, at the end of the walking meditation, formal walking meditation, you are thinking to yourself, at the end of the retreat, this is not just for the retreat, I am going to bring this to my house, I am going to bring this to my other places, I am going to make it happen. So that I am aware of my emotions all the time, so that I can minimize, I can at least minimize, at least minimize my akusalas. So that is the purpose of walking meditation. That helps. Have you ever seen people who are talking to people by walking a lot? I ask some, why are you walking? You can sit down and talk to somebody. No, when I walk, I can think well. That's why I walk while I'm talking. Right? Now you can't do that in person, right? That is disrespectful, right? You are walking and talking to somebody. But they are talking over the phone by walking along. When I walk, I think my mind, actually when you walk, let's say you have an argument with somebody. Initially you want to go for a walk. You feel so good, you see people, if you stay in the house, you see only the walls and the same thing. When you go for a walk, your mind can be changed. You will see different things, people, other things, trees. So that you understand that I have to expand my emotional world. It's not just my husband, my wife, my children, my house, my work. There is a bigger world outside of that. When I look at it, my negative emotions can be really diminished, minimized. So there are many benefits of walking. That is one very big thing. Another thing is that if you are practicing walking meditation while you are in the house even, you can slow down your negative akusala responses. Yeah. So going for a walk is not just helpful for a healthy life. It is not just for a cardio practice. It is such a very valuable supportive for us to maintain our emotional. Okay. Right. Yeah, who's the other one? So here, right? Yes. Can you pass the mic to this lady? You raised your hand, right? It's you, right? Who raised the hand? Ah, yes.
When we practice walk meditation, so we walk with the awareness of walking, like lifting the leg, moving it forward and stepping on the floor. So do we pay more attention to the feelings, like soft, hard, cold, like things like that, or just we focus on moving your foot? Do we have to pay more attention on both, or just one, or?
Can you rephrase the question again?
Like when you practice walking,
okay,
meditation, like you still we try to keep our mind focused on walking with movements,
okay,
but sometimes when you walk, you feel like hot when you walk on like sand or something.
Yeah.
Like you feel
different
sensation.
sensation.
Do we think about that, or do you just keep walking with your focus on your movements?
That's why I said when you walk, as you walk, you may see, you may hear, you may smell, also you may feel hardness, softness, evenness, whatever those feelings. But you are not going to, you just observe, okay, this is a hard surface that I'm walking on, but I'm not going to interpret that with my sanya. We have lots of sanya, right? Sanya means mental noting. Let's say you are walking on a wooden floor, right? So if your house also has the same floor, you are going to think about, I think this should be the same, this can be a little different. You are not going to do that while you are doing the walking. You are thinking, okay, this is a hardwood floor, that's it. But I focus on my walking. Let's say suddenly you go to the washroom, sometimes you feel water drops, just this water, that's it. I'm focusing on walking meditation. I'm focusing on the overall movement of my walking. Yeah, so we may feel, we may see, we may hear, we just observe, but do not interpret. Do not search, do not investigate those tiny little sensations, vision, sounds. Yeah. Yeah. I think you had to be somewhere over there.
as a follow-up to the previous answer.
Yeah.
When you said, do not interpret, I don't know, I feel like that's a difficult thing at this point. It's like,
How should I not interpret?
yeah.
Sanya. Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. Sanya means we always perceive things based on our past experiences, and based on the past experiences we are making mental notes, Sanya, for the future. So this is sometimes a very troubling process. That's why there's a jhana called Neva Sanya Na Sanyayata. That means Sanya, we are trying to lower our Sanya. Normally, let's say if you have a bad experience with someone, right? You have been very helpful, we have been very kind to somebody, but suddenly one or two people, maybe one person, is going to be very ungrateful to you. Now you have a compassion fatigue. Then you are going to stop being helpful, kind to everybody from that day onwards, thinking everybody is like this. They are going to take advantage of my kindness, my compassion. This happens because of the sanya. But the way how you are going to incorporate that sanya is wrong. Because there are so many good people also in this society. It is my problem, the way how I perceive that issue. In every field there are different peoples. Right? So not interpreting means do not investigate that particular sensation, that particular rupa, vision, that particular sound during your meditation. Because you have already something to focus on. Now say for instance you are sitting for an exam. Now you know these are the contents of the exam and you are not going to focus on anything unnecessary, anything that is irrelevant to your exam, because you are wasting your time, you have a very short time. You know these are the content. It is the same thing. Maybe there are so many ancillary concepts that you can study, right? But you are not going to study that because they are not relevant for my exam. Because I am going to pass the exam, not just to become an expert of the subject at that time. Maybe later on I will be an expert. So you are just observing, because we cannot go away from observing. Like for example, one day one disciple of a Brahmin called Parasarya came to see the Buddha. This is given in the Majjhima Nikaya's last sutta, Indriya Bhavana Sutta 152. And then the Buddha asked the Brahmin, how does your teacher Parasarya teach you how to guard your senses? Chakku, Sota, Gana, Jivha, Kaya, piece of eyes, piece of ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. How does he teach you how to take care of your senses? Then he said to the Buddha, Bhante, this is his way of teaching, of guarding senses. You have to close your eyes so you don't see anything outside. Then the Buddha said, if we teach as such, then the blind people will attain Nibbana faster than everybody, because they don't see anything. Not blind people already getting enlightened. Then also he said, the Parasarya teaches us, you don't need to hear sound, listen to sound, you just close your ears, then you don't hear any sound from other people. Now this happens, our normal lay people, they are complaining, Bhante, I don't like to see that person, such a bad person. When I see that person, my hidden anger arises. So I better not to go. Especially when they are going to parties, they are checking who are coming to the party, who are coming to your house. They are checking you, because they think when they see them, their anger arises. Actually, not that anger arises, they have anger. How come there is a non-existing anger is going to arise when they say, you have anger? Now let me ask you. Now, I think you have metta now, loving kindness. But you can be angry anytime, right? Whenever the conditions arise, you can be angry. Then let me ask you, where is your anger now? Where's your jealousy? Where's your anger? If you can be angry, if you can be jealous, if you can be frustrated, if you can be annoyed, irritated, where are those emotions now? Akusalas. Huh? It's within us. Now there is a teaching how the akusalas stay within our consciousness. The Buddha says they are Vitikkama, Pariyutthana, Anusaya. Anusaya means they are sleeping now. My anger is now sleeping. They are latent now. Let's say I'm a bad person, I don't practice metta, maybe I know metta but I don't do metta in my daily life. Then what happens? Always I get conditions for my anger to arise. So if they are sleeping, don't wake them up. Consider them as snakes. Let them sleep. Don't wake them up. Once they wake up, we have a heart. So the Buddha says, then if you say, if your teacher Brahmin Parasarya says to close your ears, then you are having the calmness of your senses. Then I call all the deaf people will attain Nibbana faster than all of you. But the people don't attain Nibbana as such. And then the Buddha says, my way, the Buddha's way of teaching guarding senses, calming senses is not a sensory deprivation. That means you still go and see the people who you don't like, but you are seeing them but don't interpret them. You say hi and bye, that's it, because we don't need to create enemies in our life. Maybe they have harmed you a lot, but you are keeping a safe distance because you know it can happen again, but you still say hi and bye. That is being Buddhist. But you are not going to deprive of your senses. It is not the Buddhist way, it is the Hindu way actually. Maybe it is your personally misunderstood way. So the answer is, interpreting is that still you hear, still you see, still you smell, you just observe that particular thing, but do not interpret means do not go to further details of that experience. Don't investigate further details. That is what we mean by not interpreting. Normally we go to details. Let's say, going back to the same example, now you felt that you were actually swindled by somebody. Somebody was ungrateful to you. Now you are seeing somebody again. Maybe somebody is asking help from you. Then you are thinking, okay, that person also took advantage of me. This person will also. Actually, this person will not do that thing. But you are bringing that bad sanya, because you don't understand the sanya, into this person, new person too. Right? So sanyas can really, actually interpreting means sanya. We are bringing new sanya based on the past sanya. So you can ask questions in Sinhala, don't worry, yeah? Please. I can translate. Yes, yes.
About walking meditation. When I was walking yesterday, when I walked very slowly, I felt my body was too heavy.
Okay.
And this morning, when I was walking, first I walked very slowly and I still felt my body was too heavy, like I almost unbalanced. Then I changed the walking to a natural walking.
Changed to what?
Natural walking.
So that means you were walking by controlling a lot.
I guess maybe that's what I was doing.
I said earlier, don't control your walking, don't control your sitting.
Yes.
It's just being natural.
So when I was natural, I felt my body was light and I was okay.
Yes. So you had the question, you answered the question.
Okay, so that was just the comment, I guess. And another question I have is that you were saying when we were doing sitting meditation, we put our tongue on the top of our roof.
Actually, that was an additional way to keep the focus.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not mandatory, an optional thing to do.
okay.
Yeah, just an additional thing.
But it doesn't.
Not mandatory, optional.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. So I think the first question, which she already answered by herself, which I said earlier, yesterday, never control your walk. I mean, we have to calm us, but don't control it. Especially if you control your breathing, if you control your walking, you are not going to understand yourself. Yeah. Just walk naturally, just sit naturally, and then try to practice it.
When you said that about not controlling, sometimes when we are doing the vipassana, and I feel sometimes when we are not controlling the breath, it's you go all over the place, and then somewhat, not total control, somewhat controlling the breath and doing the vipassana, and then I feel that I will achieve the awareness, I can continue with the awareness. Is that a bad practice?
When you control anything in the meditation, what you see a control reality. Control meditation, control reality. Our practice is not a controlling. Actually, the word controlling is not given by the Buddha. If you look at what did the Buddha ask about the thoughts, chittas, Buddha always says, calm down, take care of your thoughts, calm down. If you control it, that means you are not going to see the reality. Reality is nature. That happens when you fully understand something, the way how it is happening. Now, when the events, situations happen in our life, they are not controlled events, isn't it? Are they? They are just happening. People are getting mad, people are getting frustrated, people are getting happy. So are we. Then things are happening, our contents are happening without control. Then if we want to understand them, those events, then we need a large amount of what you call natural observing of those events. Then we will, like as you said, your walking became light. I mean, not your physical walking, your mind, your thoughts understood walking in a very light way. They were not heavy because you didn't control anymore. So the same example applies. And let me tell you, samatha and vipassana, as you say, samatha and vipassana were not given by the Buddha in the early suttas. This is very interesting. The meditation is called samatha and vipassana. The Buddha said samma sati, right mindfulness. In that practice, he talks about satipatthana only. Then who brought up this samatha? Samatha is a Hindu practice. Samatha, the practice of samatha is just to attain bliss. That's why the Buddha said there is a miccha sati, wrong mindfulness. Isn't it? The Buddha said in the Noble Eightfold Path, there is a wrong mindfulness. Then you might be wondering, what are you talking? Mindfulness is good. How come people practice mindfulness in the wrong way? Yes, people do practice. The Buddha said, how does someone practice mindfulness in the wrong way? He talks about two ways how people do that. The first way is, if somebody is directly jumping onto the mindfulness without practicing the previous 6 factors, samma ditthi, samma sankappa, samma vacha, samma kammanta, samma ajiva, samma vayama, samma vayama, and with forgetting all this, ignoring these 6 and directly jumping onto a retreat, directly jumping onto a certain rigorous meditation practice, that is miccha sati. Because samma sati has to be practiced along the path. Okay? That is one. Second way is that there are people who practice jhanas. How do you practice jhanas? Samatha meditation. We are going to overcome 5 hindrances. Right? There are 5 hindrances that are very usual to all of us. Sensual desire, kama chanda, ill will, vyapada, then sloth and torpor, tina midda, restlessness and remorse, uddhacha kukucha, doubts, vicikiccha. So the more we are going to lessen, diminish these 5, the more jhanas are going to arise. But this is a Hindu practice. Initially, when you practice breathing meditation also, these are happening. That's why you see wrong indications and all that. But the Hindu way is to practice to overcome these 5 hindrances to an extent where you only need a certain bliss of the mind. Because when you are avoiding sensual desires, you will come to the mental, what you call bliss, but it does not guarantee that you will have that peace in the long run. That's why the Hindu tapasis, ascetics, they are expiring from their jhanas all the time. Because they don't bring that to anicca perspective. Right? So if somebody practices jhanas only to be happy, only to gain levitation, only to see certain things, only to have certain knowledges, that is micchasana. But if you start, because I said yesterday, you can attain Nibbana in 11 ways, according to Attakanagara Sutta. You don't have to practice jhanas all the time, but if you want, you can practice. So that's why the Buddha said in his Samma Sati, it is, I don't call Samma Sati to be jhanas. Samma or Samatha Vipassana. Samatha is a Hindu meditation. But when we meditate, we are having a certain Samatha, but we don't call it Samatha. So if you read original suttas in the early Buddhism, you understand there are no Samatha Vipassana categories in my meditation. They are just qualities of my meditation. When I start my meditation, I have a certain Samatha. When I develop my meditation, I have the Vipassana. But not that I have to practice Samatha. Not that I have to practice Vipassana. So these two were maintained by certain schools. Certain schools of, which came after. So let's learn Buddhism from the original suttas, not from the schools. Right? Schools are helpful in a way, but I think your question is about control, but I also want to touch down about Vipassana.
Thank you.
Any question in Sinhala? Yes. Please give the mic. Yeah. Take this much closer to, yeah. Yes.
Bhante, මම සක්මන් කරනකොට පටන් ගන්නකොට මගේ පතුල වදින හැටි, ලී පොළවේ වදින හැටි, කාපර් පොළවක වදින හැටි, රළු පැදුරක වදින හැටි ඔක්කොම මට වැටහෙනවා. ටික වෙලාවක් ගියාට පස්සේ මට ඒක ඔක්කොම අමතකයි. මට දැනෙන්නේ පාදේ ඉස්සරහට යනවා පතුල වදින එක විතරයි. එහෙම තමයි මට හුඟක් වෙලාවට මුලින් අර දැනුනේ එක තියෙන බව දන්නවා. අවධානය තියෙනවා. නමුත් එතනින් එහාට මට දැනෙන්නේ අර පාදේ වදින එකයි කකුල ඉස්සරහට පාද ඉස්සරහට යන එකයි විතරයි. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කොහොමද?
So she's asking she's asking a question about her walking meditation. When she is starting the walking meditation, she feels the touching everything. I think I already answered the question that we don't need to interpret. Don't interpret the changes of your feelings. Just observe only is what you are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about it. Because you don't have to capture a full picture about your sensations. Your main thing is just to watch how the overall walking is happening. Lifting, moving, putting down, pressing down, and again the other foot is being. If you forget about this, then it's a problem. But if you say that you're forgetting about that sensation part, it's okay. So we don't have to interpret that. We are not supposed to interpret it.
At the end, I feel only that my legs are moving and
That's what, so you are doing it the proper way. Don't worry. That's what I said. Don't interpret. That means by default you've been doing well. Yes, good. එතකොට සිංහලෙන් මම ඒකට උත්තරයක් දුන්නොත් ඒකේ ප්‍රශ්නෙට කියන්නේ දැනනදී වැඩිපුර දැනෙන්නේ නැති වෙන එක දැනෙන්නේ පාරේ දැනෙච්ච දේ හොඳයි. මොකද මම කිව්වේ ඕවා වැඩිපුර ඉන්ටර්ප්‍රිට් කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ කොහෙත්. අපට අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ කකුලේ යන සක්මන් භාවනාවට සිද්ධ වෙන ටික විතරක් හොයන්න තමයි අපට අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ.
පටන් ගන්නකොට ඒක නොටිස් කරනවා.
ඔව්. ඒක තමයි පටන් ගන්නකොට අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් දැන් අපිට පේන දේවල් පේනවා, ඇහෙන දේවල් ඇහෙනවා. එතකොට ඒක ඕකේ. නමුත් ඒවා ඉන්වෙස්ටිගේට් නොවිය යුතුයි. දැන් ඔබතුමී කියන්නේ ඒක එන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. ඉස්සරහට මට සෙන් ඒක හොඳයි. ඒක හොඳ වැඩක්. Others?
Is there any precedence over?
What's that?
Is there any precedence like doing this meditation is better than the second meditation? Walking and
Like
breathing.
okay. I don't think so. There is no precedent. There is no. You can't say there are more significant meditations than this. Because this is Satipatthana practice, so because we are walking all the time. But if you are asking whether this meditation really works for, actually walking is definitely working for us, and sitting definitely works for all of us. But in addition to that thing, if you are really concerned about that you have certain other akusalas happening that are not really covering with your meditation, then you are going to consult a teacher. Let's say you may need a certain other meditation like metta, maybe more karuna, more mudita, more upekkha. So at that point a teacher will definitely assess your character and then to recommend you another meditation at the same time. Now I will give you one good example. In one of my retreats in Malaysia, in I think July, in Eastern Malaysia, there was a lady who was saying to me in like those interviews, one of these interviews, that her meditation was changed by a teacher. She has been practicing Anapanasati, but the teacher changed the meditation on to 32 body parts. Okay, 32 body parts. Actually, Satipatthana Sutta has only 31 body parts. The brain is given in the Girimanta Sutta. In Satipatthana Sutta's body parts, you see only 31 body parts. You can't see that is Maha, that not, it's like this Eka. Then ever since she started practicing 32 body parts, she started isolating her. She doesn't like her parents, she doesn't like her husband. She felt like she wants to be lonely, she wants to be alone in her room. And then she doesn't like to see her parents. A lot of things are happening. And then I said, you have to switch back to the meditation we've been practicing. Go back to Anapanasati. But after a couple of months, she said, yes, it works now. Then she asked me, what is this 32 body parts meditation? I said, it is like an antibiotic. You know, when a doctor is giving an antibiotic, it is not given to everybody. An antibiotic is given for a specific purpose. Because otherwise it will kill your good bacteria also in your body. In the same way, 32 body parts meditation is given to someone who has lots of lust, kamaraga, lots of lust, uncontrolled lust, high end of lust. It is a short-term antibiotic. It is not a meditation to everybody. So don't practice this meditation. So that means it was a problem with the instructions. So walking meditation, Anapana, they are pretty good meditation to everybody. But if you think you have a problem with your anger, jealousy, then a teacher will give you a a specific meditation. It's like that you are seeing the GP, but you don't feel that GP can take care of you. You are going to see a specialist. The specialist will see your specific health problem and give a specific custom tailored advice. Then you will see a specific meditation that will be tailored to you by the teacher. Other than that, there is no precedence. You just practice walking, just practice anapanasati, metta, yeah. Because when somebody is only thinking about there are no bodies, all these are panchakhandas, you are panchakhanda and panchakhanda. Forget, you panchakhanda. You are not Nimala, you are not An, you are panchakhanda. And if you call like this, yes, in the ultimate sense, it is yes. But the Buddha said the truth is twofold: conventional truth, ultimate truth. So we have to live in a society where we understand conventional truth. We don't call anybody, hey, you are a panchakhanda, right? That's pretty bad, you know. But we understand this person has panchakhanda. That's why we call him or her person, maybe an animal. Right? Because when somebody who has no problem with the lust, kama raga, is going to practice 32 body parts, that person will hate other people. Okay, I don't have to respect this person. Panchakhanda, this is panchakhanda, A, B, C, D, E, F, all panchakhandas. And you don't value that being's life. That's why it's only given to a certain person who has lots of kama raga just to minimize that kama raga, diminish that kama raga, sensual thoughts. Now, for example, in Satipatthana Sutta, there is a meditation on contemplating about the 9 charnel ground contemplation. It means at that time when people pass away, their bodies are just scattered in the cemetery. So people go and meditate. But this is not a necessary practices in today's world. Right? We don't have to. Now you see, there are people who are promoting this idea, 32 body parts meditation loosely. If you go somewhere, you see a skeleton. See, I practice Asubha Bhavana, 32. It's not good, you know. Unless you have lots of lust, you should not go to that place. Otherwise, you will see certain issues in your secular life. You have to value people. We know the level of attachment and greed, balance out this thing. But anapanasati, walking meditation, sampajanya, like even Buddha asks us to practice mindfulness, even when we are not talking to other people. Tunhi bhavi. Right? Why I am not talking to other people? Because I am practicing noble silence. Right? So those meditations are very common to generate to everybody. But if you are more curious about your life, that you think that these general meditations are not working for you, you see a teacher will assist you and give you but a good teacher, right? Be careful. You have to find a good teacher. Then you might find who is a good teacher, how to find a good teacher. Who is teaching Buddhism from early Buddhism? The true Buddha's teaching, not from Abhidhamma Issue, not from Attakatha, not from Tika, not from whatever experiences only. You have to look for somebody who has a good textual knowledge about early Buddhism and also who has a good knowledge of incorporating that knowledge into the present life, our daily life. It's a good teacher. Alright, other questions?
Yes, but my son actually had a question. He was asking me, so I thought I better divert this mind to him. If his question is worthwhile, you can take your time to answer his question.
Okay, yeah. You want to stand up and ask a question? I can't see you very well. Stand up.
I don't know what Panchakhanda is.
Huh?
Panchakhanda.
Panchakhanda. Okay. Panchakhanda is the Pali word for identifying a being That means we all are beings. We are not dead yet. So when you say a being, the Buddha says a being has 5 aggregates. We call it panchakanda. That we all have a rupa, we all have a form, we all have feelings within us, we all have perceptions in our consciousness, and we all are making formations, karmas, good karma, bad karmas, and we all have a consciousness. So every being, be that an animal, human, deva, bhuta, whoever, they must have these 5. So we can call them as panchakandas. The Buddhism considers the truth in 2 ways. One is the ultimate way. This is the ultimate way, panchakanda. The other way is that we have personal names. So in the high and Dhamma teachings, we understand we are all panchakandas. But we don't call people that you have a panchakanda because it's a little disrespectful the way how we look at it. But in deep down our mind, we understand you all carry panchakandas, 5 aggregates. Can you pass the 2 mics too?
හම්දුනේ මම මෙතෙක් කල අහලා තිබුණේ මේ මෛත්‍රී භාවනාව ආනාපානසති භාවනාව හරි නැත්නම් walking meditation කියන්නේ අපි preliminary stage එකේ ඉගෙන ගන්න එකක්. ඊට පස්සේ mind එක develop වුණාට පස්සේ අසුභ භාවනාවට හරි පිළිකුල් භාවනාවට හරි යන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි මිනිස්සු තේරුම් ගත්තාම එහෙම වගේ කිසි දැන් ඒක මට දැන් අතරම මට පැරලි සහගත තත්ත්වයක් ආව මෙතෙන්දී මොකද දැන් වහන්සේ කියනවා අර ගොඩක් අපි mind එකේ දුර්වල නම් වගේ තමයි මේ අසුභ භාවනාවට හරි පිළිකුල් භාවනාවට හරි යන්නේ කියලා.
මම කිව්වේ අසුභ භාවනා පිළිකුල් අසුභ කියන්නේ එකක් නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තේරුඩු බොඩි පාර්ට්. ඒ භාවනාව අපි කවුරුත් ජෙනරලි කරන දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක ටීචර් කෙනෙක් අපේ කැරක්ටර් එක අඳුරගෙන අපේ තියෙන මෙන්ටල් ස්ටේට්ස් අවබෝධ කරගෙන අපට රෙකමන්ඩ් කරන භාවනාව. ඒක මෙහෙම භාවනා ගොඩක් තුලින් යන එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක ස්පෙસિෆික් භාවනාවක්. එතකොට දැන් මේ ගොඩක් ප්‍රශ්න අහුවානේ walking meditation ඒවා සාමාන්‍ය ඒවා අපි කරන්නේ. ඇත්තටම ඒවා තමයි අපි කරන්නේ භාවනාව. Walking, sitting, standing, lying down. Nobody talks about standing meditation, right? Nobody talks about it. Because standing is a meditation. When you stand, you know I'm standing. How does the Buddha say? Tittam va tittami pajanati, right? And then standing, lying down. So these are the meditations. ඒවා අපි කරන්න ඕන. ඉතින් අසුබ කියන එක අපිට ඔය කල්චර් එකේ කරලා තියෙන මේක තව මෙඩිටේෂන් එකක් මේක try කරලා බලන්න. එහෙම ඒක ධර්මයේ එහෙම කියන්නේ නැහැ. ධර්මයේ කියන්නේ එක ස්පෙસિෆික් මෙඩිටේෂන් එකක්. ඒක ඉන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් හරහා දෙන්න ඕන එකක් ගුරුවරයෙක්. දැන් හිතන්නකො කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා එයාට කාමරාගේ එච්චර නෑ සාමාන්‍යයි. එයාට ඒක ඕනේ නෑ. ඒතකොට අර මම කිව්වේ හානි අර මම ගත්ත උදාහරණය අර ලේඩි එයාගේ ඉන්න අවට ඔක්කොම අය පිළිකුල් කරන්න ගත්තා. එයාලා පිළිකුල් කරන්න ගත්තා. මොකද එයාට තේින්නේ අර 32 බොඩි පාර්ට්ස් විතරයි ඉන්නේ. එයාට මිනිස්සෙක් වැලියු කරන්න බෑ. එහෙනම් කොහොමද ජීවිතයක් ගත කරන්නේ? ඒක ගැටලුවක් නෑ. මොකද දැන් කාමරාගේ වැඩි කෙනෙකුට ඒක අඩු කරගන්න හේතුවක් වෙනවා ඒක හොඳයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ කාටක් තියෙන මෙන්න පංචස්කන්ධ ඒ නිසා මේ අඩු කරගන්න. නමුත් එහෙම එකක් නැති කෙනෙක් ඕක කරන්න ගියාම මොනවට වඩා ඊට පස්සේ වෙන්නේ අපිට ඒක අපේ දෛනික ජීවිතේ කඩා වැටීමට පවා හේතුවක් වෙනවා. ඒ මෙඩිටේෂන් එක අනවශ්‍ය දෙයක් ඒක. මේවා ඔක්කොම කරන්න ඕන ගුරුවරයෙක් කරා මෙඩිටේෂන්ස්. ඔතින් බලලා ඒක පොත් කියවලා කරන්න යන්න එපා. මොකද මේ අපේ චරිත වෙනස් නේ කෙනෙක්. We all are different by nature. So a teacher has to assess you. දැන් අපි උදාහරණයක් කියමුකෝ. බෙහෙත් තියෙනවා කඩේ. over the counter okay. අනිත් ඒවා අපි ගන්නකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ අපිට? අපි ගිහිල්ලා ගන්නවා ලොකු ඇන්ටිබයොටික් කියන්නේ දෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒවා. දෙන්නේ නැත්තේ ඒකයි. ඒවා දෙන්න. ඒවා ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් අනුමත කරන්න බලන්න අවශ්‍යද අනිත් තව ලෙඩ මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? දැන් සමහර ලාවට අන්න ඒකයි. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් දෙනවා මෙඩිකේෂන් එකක්. එයා බලනවා මේ මෙඩිකේෂන් එකත් එක්ක අනිත් එක කොහොමද රියැක්ට් කරන්නේ කියලා. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ කෙනෙක් අසුබ දෙනවා. උරුවරේ. අසුබ භාවනාව දෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ ටීචර් කල්පනා කරන මේ අසුබේ මෙයා වඩනවා නම් ආනාපාන සතියක් මේ අසුබේ කොහොමද මෙයාට වර්ක් වෙන්නේ? ඒ ගුරුවරයා බලලා තමයි ඒක දෙන්නේ. මිනිස්සු අර කල්චරල් වේකට යන්න එපා. Yes. So the answer, the question was, in her understanding, she had thought that Asubha meditation, 32 body parts meditation, is something that we all must practice by default. It is not. It is a specific meditation that has to be recommended by a teacher, by assessing our character, whether we need to practice or not. I hope not many of you don't need to practice it. You are all good. You will have the general level of calmness, not too much calmness. But if you have too much calmness, the teacher will understand, will recommend you. Yes. Please pass the mic. You got the mic.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question?
Yeah.
That's why they gave me mic to you.
You want
Yes, please.
Bhante, thank you for the question
Take
and answers.
two mics. You have two mics? Okay, good.
Just want to know the walking meditation. What's the difference between that and the normal exercise walking? Is there a difference?
What is the difference between normal walking
And the walking meditation.
There's no difference. We are trying to bring the both to the same, actually. That is the purpose of this meditation, walking meditation.
So that means you can go a bit faster too?
Well, the purpose of walking meditation is to understand our walking a bit more, because then that can help us to diminish our emotions, bad emotions. Even the good emotions sometimes. Sometimes when we are too good, we are going to be troubling other people. Right? When you are too loving somebody, you are going to manipulate those people. So you are understanding that awareness while walking. But one day we are trying to a stage that I don't have a separate walking meditation. My walking itself is a walking meditation. That's the plan. There's no difference. But now, as you all are starting out, at this point, you will see a difference in terms of different things. Like as you said, speed. What is a good speed for my walking? The speed has to be not too slow, not too fast. So it depends on everybody. Now your slow speed and somebody's slow speed might be a little different, right? But you are trying to balance out between slow and fast, because when you are walking fast, you may not be able to, it's not control, you are trying to slow down a bit. When you are walking very fast, you are not able to see the movements of them walking, right? So when we slow down a little bit, we can see more. I remember one of my friends who was speeding in Alberta some time ago from British Columbia. He was speeding on the highway, and then he was stopped by a police officer. He said, "You are speeding on this highway. You are carrying a lot of danger." Then he said, my friend said, "You see, when I see the Rocky Mountains and then Jasper National Park, I felt I have to speed up." Okay, then when you slow down, you will see a lot of beauty. Slow down, that will make you see a lot of beauty. And he find him actually. Yeah. That means when we slow down, we can see more beauty in everything. When we are speeding a lot, we are not, in our life, we are not see. When we are taking time to see everything, we can see a full spectrum of most of the things. Sometimes we have to be fast. Say you might be working, you have to do a couple of things, you have to do ASAP. But with regard to your life events, you need to little bit slow down, so you can see. In the same way, walking meditation practice has to be done, especially in regard to the speed. You should be neither slow nor fast. Try to walk in a moderate level. Right, and then the lady in the back, yes, next to the door. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියලා නෑ, බුද්ධ ഘോഷහාමුදුරුවෝ කියලා. උසස්තිමාන. ඒවා තියෙන්නේ බුද්ධ ഘോഷහාමුදුරුවෝ. පටලවා ගන්න එපා. Now she's asking whether Buddha had given us 6 characters, 6 temperaments.
Yeah.
Yes, not the Buddha, but by Acharya Buddha Purusha in his Visuddhimagga. Now don't learn meditation from Visuddhimagga in the first place. Be careful. I warn you. The Path of Purification is a later book written in Sri Lanka. Very, very late. Okay? So we have to learn meditation, dana, everything from the early suttas. That's our first reference. But because you asked me, now in the Visuddhimagga he talks about 6 temperaments. But we understand those temperaments in the early suttas differently, in a better way. There are some characters, some temperaments who have more lust, like then Asubha is good for that person. Asubha, Teridu, then is only good for that person. Then Raga, Dosa, right, Moha, Saddha, Buddhi, Vitarka, yeah. Yes. So I think it is up to a teacher to decide that. Don't worry about teachers' expertise. I think a teacher will properly do an assessment about your life, your character, and will give you the. I think best to practice these normal meditations. They are very, very helpful. They are not even normal. They are very sammasati meditations. But if you have a certain issue in your life, issue in your life, then you need to address that with a teacher's instruction. එතකොට දැන් බුද්ධඝෝෂ හාමුදුරුවෝ නේම කියන්නේ early sutras වල එහෙම වෙනම දක්වලා නැහැ. නමුත් Tamanට තමන් වැටහෙනවා. Tamanට ඇඟේක තියෙනවා නම් මෛත්‍රිය තමන් වඩන්න ඕනේ. Tamanට ගොඩක් කාමයේ තියෙනවා නම් අසුබේ වඩන්න ඕනේ. එහෙමයි ගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැතුව අර විසුද්ධි මාර්ගයෙන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න යන්න එපා භාවනාව. ඒක ලේටර් බුක් එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ පොත්වල යන්න හොඳ කරුණු තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් අපි බලන්න බෑ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියපුවා මොනවද කියලා ඉස්සෙල්ලා. මොනවද උන්වහන්සේ කියලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. අර මිනිස්සු ඔක්කොම බලන්නේ ඉවරනේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ හරියට මොනවද කියලා තියෙන්නේ. අන්න ඒ ටික ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියවන්න. ඇත්තටම මේ ටික ප්‍රාමාණිකයි. ඔය අනිත් දේවල්ට යන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. ඒව කියවන්නත් වෙලාවක් නැහැ ඔයාලට. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් මේ කියවලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න බෑ. නිකන් පොතක් බලලා දැන් නම් මම ධර්මයේ දන්නවා කියුවට ධර්මයේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒතකොට අපිට හොඳටම ප්‍රාමාණිකයි ওই සූත්‍රය. මම උදාහරණයක් කිව්වොත් අලගද්දූපම සූත්‍රය අනිවාර්යෙන් කියවන්න. ඒක තමයි අලගද්දූපම සූත්‍රය තමයි කියන්නේ මේ ධර්මයේ තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ කොහොමද කියලා. ඊළඟට සතිපට්ඨාන සූත්‍ර දෙකෙන් එකක්. ගිහිය වශයෙන් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම සිගාලුවාද සූත්‍රය, පත්තකම සූත්‍රය වගේ සූත්‍ර ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඒ වගේම ආරෂ්ඨායක මාර්ගය ගැන දැනගන්න මහා චත්තාරීසක සූත්‍රය ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕනේ. ධම්මචක්කපවත්තන සූත්‍රය, සච්චිපවත්ත කොහොමද මේ? ඔය ටිකේ තියෙනවා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න මැරලා නෙවෙයි සංසාරේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න දේවල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක. So I think the question that she asked about temperaments, it comes from Visuddhimagga, the path of purification, written by Acharya Buddha Purusha. So I recommend not to follow the teachings of Visuddhimagga in the first place. It's a book written by South Indian monk Acharya Buddha Purusha in the Anuradhapur era. Better to read from early suttas. Actually, why he wrote the Visuddhimagga? When Mahavihara tradition, there were 2 Mahavihara Abhayagiri. When Mahavihara tradition felt that they have a challenge from Abhayagiri, they had a book earlier called Vimuktimagga. They had another book called Vimuktimagga. So they wanted to challenge that book. So they wanted to bring a monk from South India. So they invited Bhante Buddhadatta. He couldn't do that. And then his follower Bhante Buddhaghosha came from South India. And then Mahavihara monk said, we are not trusting you, write a book, write a thesis about the 3 Pitakas. And then he wrote this Visuddhimagga. Right? And then what happened? He translated all the Sinhala commentaries into Pali. And now we don't know what happened to those Sinhala commentaries. If the Pali commentaries were in Sinhala, then how nice all Sinhalese can read. But what they did for Sinhala commentaries? We have no proof what happened to them. They merely translated into Pali and then that they were destroyed or what, something happened to them. That's why I'm saying learn from early Buddhism. There are so many issues with the manuscripts in these textual later traditions, but we respect at least we have something. But if you want to really understand Buddhism, learn from early suttas like Alagadupama Sutta Majjhima Nikaya, which talks about how to learn Dhamma. The Buddha says, practicing Dhamma learning Dhamma is like catching a snake. This is interesting, huh? Alagadupama Sutta. The Buddha says, learning Dhamma is like catching a snake. Somebody might wonder why it is such a terrible thing. Huh? We don't want to catch a snake. We don't want to catch a cobra. The Buddha said, learning Dhamma is just as catching a snake. Because if you're going to catch the snake from its head, the snake is going to bite you. If you're going to catch the snake from its tail, you also be bitten by the snake. And you're then going to see a snake catcher who is going to use a stick, trying to press down the head a little bit of the snake, and then carefully doing that maneuver, curbing the snake and then catching the snake. Then what we have to understand here, if you don't know how to learn Dhamma, don't read that Dhamma. Because if you learn the wrong Dhamma, it will bite you back. Wrong Dhamma means if you don't know where to read, if you don't know where to start, if you don't know what suttas to be read, if you don't know who to follow, then don't do that. Better you don't follow anybody, just stay home. That's better, even better than anything. But if you're going to start it at a scratch without knowing these things and you get stuck somewhere, you are bombarded with wrong information, and then it will destroy you. That Dhamma, that wrong Dhamma practice, that Adhamma, we call it Adhamma, not Dhamma, Adhamma will destroy you. So the Sutta, Alagatama Sutta says how to learn the proper Dhamma. Then we must learn that first. Before reading other suttas, we must learn that sutta first. Has anybody told you this? Before you learn any Dhamma things, you must learn how to learn the suttas, how to learn the Dhamma, methodology. Now if you do a research, in the research, at the beginning you have to say the purpose of research. How do I do the research? Methodology. Otherwise, how am I going to do the research? And then you will start with Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. It is not enough. Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta is not very detailed. It's an abstract. Then you are going to learn Saccavibhanga Sutta. Then you are going to learn Mahacattārisaka Sutta about the Noble Eightfold Path. Then you will learn Satipatthana Suttas. This is a very good approach. Alright, I think there is a question inside. Yeah. Yeah, please take the mic. Yeah. Yeah, take the mic closer, please. Maybe 10. Gentlemen, the mic is working over there? Can you check the mic? Mic is not working, yeah.
Yeah, these days we follow YouTube. So how do you know if it is original Buddha's practices?
Very good question. How do we know? Because lay people, are they going to depend on certain speakers? So they get disillusioned by that. Why don't you read certain suttas in your own way? The suttas I mentioned, then you have a certain framework, then you understand whether this is in line with that teaching or not, at least a little bit. Because if you have the framework knowledge, you don't know a lot of details. But if you have the framework, if you lay the map of the fundamental teaching, then you know this is not true Buddhism. This is just what they think. They are personal ideas, cultural ideas only. Maybe commentaries ideas, maybe Abhidhamma ideas only. So that's why I encourage you to read by yourself. Don't give this to other people. Right? You are your own guide in the first place. So read few suttas. If you are comfortable, you can read in Sinhala. If you are looking for a better translation, I would say A.P. the Soisa's translations are much better than other translations. A good, let me tell you, a good place to read the translations text is Sutta Central. Sutta Central. When you go to Sutta Central, maybe I'm going to show you something more. How to read suttas? Huh? When you go to internet, It's coming out. Still not clear, right? The screen? It's getting. It's getting. Okay, good. Now how to read a sutta with a better translation? It's very important. Now you are going to picking up certain suttas. Then, okay, that's good. Going to Sutta Central. Alright. This is how you look at what you call the main page. Then, now you have to find out the numbers of the sutta. Let's say Alagadhuma Sutta. Alagadhuma Sutta. So that means Majjhima Nikaya 22. You can just Google the sutta and it will come, the Sutta Central one. You can see Alagadhuma. Now here you can see parallels. Can you see that place? Parallels. This place, huh? You're going to click on parallels. When you click on the parallels, then you see the main translation, English translations. But because most of you are Sinhalese, you can do this thing. You can go down, you can see translations in other modern languages. Click on this. You see so many translations. You see the only single translation that was added by this website is AP the Sorry site. Come down here, AP the Sorry site, Sinhala. This is a better translation. I can say. So then you're going to read this one. This is one thing, right? You want to go back, parallels. You can see an English translation here. Vikabodhi is also a good translation, right? And then if you want to see the text, you can go to Maha Samgita Tipitaka Buddhavans. This was the text that was updated in the last Sanggayana in Burma. Alright, now how do I know that I am listening to a proper teacher? If you don't have the basics, how do you know? So read some suttas by yourself. Couple of suttas, not lot of suttas. This sutta is very important, read. Take your time and read. Then you will know a certain framework of the Dhamma. ඒකට දැන් අපි හරි ටීචර් කෙනෙකුට අනුකම් දෙනවා කියලා දන්නේ. අද අපිට බේසික් නැතුව අපි කොහොමද ඒක කියන්නේ? ඒක ඔබ බේසික් එක හදාගන්නවා. ඒ ගුරුවරයාට දෙන්න එපා. ඔබගේ ධර්ම පාත් එකනේ. ඔබ මේ වගේ අවශ්‍ය දැන් මේක එක සූත්‍රයක් අලගත්තු උපම. අපි තව යන්න බලමු. Let's go and see. You have to, now here you can see the place, discourse. Now you need to go to another Nikaya because I said Dika Majjhima Samyutta Anguttara are the early Buddhism. So let's say you are going to discourses again. Diga, let's say you want to read what do you call Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Where is Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta located in the Sutta Pitaka? In which Nikaya? You always recite, you listen to Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Where is it mentioned? In which Nikaya? Samyutta Nikaya. Click on that. Now when you click on Samyutta Nikaya, the website will give you a lot of versions. You are going to click on the Samyutta Nikaya, not Samyutta. This is Sanskrit, Chinese Samyutta Nikaya. You're going to click on this first one. And here you can see all the Vaggas. Okay. Here you can see the main 5 Vaggas, Sagata, Nidana, Kanda, Salaya. So, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta comes under the Mahavagga Samyutta because there is a certain section called Satya Samyutta because Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta talks about the truths. You click on this. And then under here you can see Dhammacakkappavattana Vagga. Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, as you can see here. Now, you want to see the translation. There are 2 English translations, Bhante Sujato Bhikkhu, and now you are going to do the single translation. How to do that? Go to translations here in other modern languages, click on that, there's a drop down menu. Go to AP Soisama. Go back here, go down. AP the Soisama, click on it. See? You see the whole translation. So, in this way, learn some of the basics. Then you will understand whether this is Dhamma or Adhamma. And then, of course, you may not know the details a lot, but you will know the basics. That is very, very important. Without knowing the basics, don't follow any Dhamma talk. You will be misguided. Right? Now, let's say you are going to go for an awareness program. You should do your own research before you go in there. Otherwise, you don't know whether this is good for me or not. All right. For the English audience, you can base your translation either Bhante Sujata or Puri. Let's see here. Yeah. So we can take a couple of more questions. Yes, please give the mic. Okay. Yes.
body sensation
okay, she's asking what is this scanning the body. Okay. Now, this is an additional practice, just like what we do by paying attention to the tongue on the roof. We are scanning the body just to get an understanding about our body from being an outsider. Let's say you go to a mirror and you see your reflection, you understand this is me. Let's say you have a problem in your face, you're going to fix immediately. Right? That is the purpose of the mirror, right? In the same way, you are trying to relate your watching the breath, that this is the body that I am going to use to understand my own breath, my body. Just to understand, you get a sense of my body, the size, weight, shape, texture. These are kind of important because we take them in a worldly way. Now, normally people take size, shape, weight, texture in a worldly way. I need to have this kind of a figure. I need to have this kind of a body. Mostly it's kind of worldly. It's okay. For lay people it's okay, definitely. But in the meditation we take them in a way to understand that this is the body that I'm going to use watching the breaths. Scanning the body means that, nothing else. And then the question, can you pass the mics to me?
Two questions actually. Is there a difference between the two translations, like the two monks?
There are sometimes lot of differences. That's why I encourage people to learn a little bit of Pali. Now, at least you come to the right place to learn sutras. Mm-hmm. Now then the next problem will come to you about the Pali. I will tell you. So how do we fix that issue? We need to learn a bit of some level of Pali, the required level of Dhamma side of the Pali. Now let me tell you one good example is, I think yesterday I already shared with you about a Pali word called Kukutara. It's a temple. Now if you see the translation, this is given in the Attakanagara Sutta. They translated this to be a literal translation. Kukuta means chicken feet, feet of the roosters. But it's not, it is a name of somebody. Now when you translate a name of somebody, are you going to translate the name? Let's say Nima. Are we going to say the person called particularly P.O. came to see me? Nima means Nima. Nirmala. You know, you say Nima came to see me. Not that the P.O. person came to see me. Okay? So there are a lot of issues like that. That's why these translations are a lot of oftentimes plaguing the reality. Let me tell you, there is a phrase that is happening, recurring in many suttas, almost every sutta. It's called Evaṁ me sutaṁ ekam samayam bhagava. Now the word called samaya. Samaya. What does samaya mean? Huh? Samaya in that context, time. But in Pali, samaya has 9 meanings. The Pali word samaya has 9 meanings. Then how do we know that this is that particular meaning? You need to know some Pali. If you are too serious about whether you are learning the proper meaning, we need to learn. There are a lot of issues like that. Like for example, dukkha, the Pali word dukkha. Now this has been initially translated by the Western scholarship, especially by PTS, and they translated according to the biblical canon. And they brought in lots of Protestant Christian terms into that. You see, it's suffering. The Buddha's main abstract of his finding is suffering. But dukkha is not necessarily suffering. Dukkha can lead to suffering. It's initially, it can be a sort of dissatisfaction. Right? It is a dissatisfaction, it's an unsatisfactoriness. But when you are not understanding that unsatisfactoriness, it can take you to that kind of a suffering. But if you, because I remember when I was explaining this word to some university students in another country, there's an undergrad who was doing TCM, Traditional Chinese Medicine course. And he said, Bhante, we want to learn Buddhism not to be unhappy. We want to learn Buddhism to be happy. Right? It is not suffering. I said, yes, this is a wrong translation. This is one thing. There are so many places, like for example, meditation, mindfulness, is sati mindfulness. Now, if you look at sati, Pali word sati, sati means, in the practice of sati, we do two things. Now when you say sati mindfulness, you are filling the mind with certain qualities. That is mindfulness. Then are we not emptying our mind sometimes? Emptying our thoughts? So where is that component going to be in that translation? Then mindfulness is a poor translation for sati. It is a poor translation. So when there is a poor translation, our understanding also will become poor. Then our Dhamma knowledge will diminish. So, some level of Pali. Your next question? Second.
There we go. Okay. It's more of a general question. But we have a lot of young kids in our family now, 12 and under, and we're trying to build mindfulness and meditation into their daily routine, and it's harder, I'd say, at that age. Any general sort of advice for the group, for the next generation, especially, when I was their age, attending Sunday school, very different. It's not like we had a lot of distractions, and now it's like we're competing with video games, phones, everything, the sensory overload almost, right? Any general advice for that?
I think you brought up a very interesting thing. Not many young people go to Buddhist viharas nowadays everywhere in the world. Especially after the COVID, the temples lost their young audience, almost many youngsters, even in Malaysia. That kind of a country where there is a good weather. I don't know about Sri Lanka that much. I think Dhamma schools, if temples want to run Dhamma schools, they have to base their Dhamma school, teaching on an activity-based Dhamma school. I'm talking from that point. Now, just teaching the life of the Buddha all the time might not take interest of the people. We have to teach. We have to have an activity-based Dhamma school. Let's say today we are going to discuss about anger management. You tell each one is going to share a story. were you angry today, maybe yesterday, and he's going to share, okay, today I was angry with my mom, this and that, and then somebody is sharing. So we have to create interest. I mean, if you talk from the Dhamma school perspective, when the Dhamma schools are running in a stereotype, old, 70, 80, 90, era kind of way, of course, they are losing interest. And I have a funny story that I know. In a household, there was a difficult kid who was always disturbing others. So whenever the child is very difficult to be, calm down, the father brings him to a room and then put him inside, locked from outside. But that room has only one thing, there's a Buddha statue. So he is only looking at the Buddha statue. After 1 hour, father is unlocking the room. So he becomes okay. I'm not saying to do that, right? So I think we have to change the way we are going to interact with children about these spiritual topics. We cannot teach them in the way that how we learn, especially how our elderly folks learn. You must do this, you must not do this. We have to empower them to understand these things. Let's say mindfulness. Okay. Let's say mindfulness, that you want to teach mindfulness. You can think about an activity, a certain activity. Probably, now there are video games, yes, video games, they are very addicted to internet. Maybe we can change their mindset from internet itself. There are so many materials on internet about these things, especially creative stuff about meditation. Try to look for some creative stuff about meditation. Some, some whimsical cartoons, some animes, right? There are so many things that we can do. We can look for about these respectful, spiritual things, not the way how we perceive them, but the way the young crowd get attracted. This is one very important thing to do. Then they will understand slowly what can they do. But there are certain young ones who are very addicted. They have some addiction issues. Of course, they need some further instruction. But if it's a normal thing, we can you look at the issue from different perspectives. We can bring them to certain activity-based Dhamma things, like a boot camp. That's a very good thing that we do in Malaysia, boot camps. That means young ones come. I gave the motto of the boot camp lately, Ma Bukkha. The Buddha said in one of the Dhammapada stanzas, cut the trees of defilements but not the actual tree. So they printed some shirts with that in the back, Ma Bukkha. So young ones are, oh really, Ma Bukkha, there's a tree, and we have to be very concerned of what young people are very much into, especially gender issues, the weather, pollution. We have to address these issues from Buddhism. So we can do a lot. So we need right people. Temples need monks who thinking a little differently with the traditional monks. And then we need Dhamma school teachers. Remember one very nice story. In another country, a student asked from the Dhamma school teacher, can you explain this Russian-Ukraine war from a Buddhist perspective? And she didn't know how to answer. This is not relevant to Buddhism. Don't ask this question. That was the last day he came to Dhamma school. He told me with mother and father, if the teacher cannot simply answer this question from a Buddhist point of view, is the war okay? Is this anger justifiable? Then why do I go to this Dhamma school? So young ones' concerns are not concerned. So teachers have to be trained first, in my understanding. Dhamma school teachers. They have to train, they have to be, they teach in the same way how they learn from back in their country. They have to be ready. They have to be ready to address the issues in the proper way without tarnishing the text. And then so these are the things we have to do in this temples, Dhamma schools. In the household, try to have a friendly conversation with them always, and then bring them into other good websites. There are some, if they are fond of games, there may be some games like Kahoot, Kahoot is a good game, internet. Like you are creating some multiple choices about Buddhist questions. So we can do certain things to that. They will be changed over time. All right, I can take only one more question. Okay. All right. Okay, let me tell you. Yes, this is the last Dharma talk today. Because in the evening, what's afternoon, we have a reflection time. That means I am meeting some of you. So you can still sign up. I'm taking 10 people. You can ask me any personal question about Dharma in the library room. If you don't want, what you are going to do is you are meditating here. You are doing walking, sitting meditation for those 2 hours. And then from 3:30, 4:30, I'll be happy to hear from you what you have learned during these 2 days. The Dhamma experiences, the new Dhamma, and how you're going to practice after 1 hour. That's it. So this is the last Dhamma talk for our retreat. Yes, please. Give the mic, 2 mics to her. Sit. I think the mic is not working.
Is it not working? Hello? Is it working?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding like all the scholars, like they're professionals or scholars, they know the Dhamma like extremely well. But at the same time, you're saying there's a lot of different translations. I was wondering, is it different translations or different understanding because of a cultural aspect to it? Because someone who is coming, like the Western monks, they're interpreting certain words from a cultural way, and someone from, I don't know, Sri Lanka, India, Thailand, and different countries. So they have a different interpretation, and maybe it's more limited to the choice of words. Because I'm not really understanding so clearly why there's just so many different, there's conflicts or translation issues. When Dhamma, ideally should just be straightforward. It's just the teachings, it's the truth. There's like a more standard, but so this conflict issues that are here, I'm not quite understanding, because they're skilled, they're scholars, they know so much of studies in such depth. So I'm just wondering if you could shed a bit of light.
If you think that you want to learn the true Dhamma, probably a translation, then you must have learned some Pali. That means we should be able to, I think better to turn off that mic. Yes, should be okay. Yeah. So, how are you going to learn the Dhamma properly? Because these Pali texts were written down prepared in Sri Lanka long time ago, many centuries ago. They are boasting that they have the manuscript, but they don't have the manuscript anymore. Now the manuscript, if you go to Sri Lankan temple, they have from Thai, Siamese and Burmese texts. The earliest manuscript, Pali manuscript we have in the 13th century, the Kurunagala era. Other manuscripts were destroyed, they were destroyed by colonial people, or maybe they were actually expired because of the material, the quality of the material. So how do we get to see a proper translation? You will get to a proper translation only when you can think in Pali. Pali is a language. Let's say you speak in English, you have a mother language. Then what do many people do? They think in that mother language, then they translate into English. Sometimes it works, sometimes it might not work. So in order to understand what the Buddha properly said, we must be able to think in Pali. How to think in Pali? So then we should be able to read quite a number of suttas and to understand the context. What is the problem with the scholars? Scholars have their own backgrounds. Let's say there is a scholar coming from a different country. They have their mother language in the first place. They may have studied Pali as an additional language. Also, they may be not scholarly practitioners. They are just scholars about the language. So, in order to, now we are not questioning about scholars. How do we understand a proper Pali text in a proper way is only by learning a couple of sutras and get familiar with that way of thinking. That is how we are going to understand. Now, if you look at Bhante Sujato's and Bhante Bodhi's translations, they are sometimes quite different. Sometimes both are not properly translated in my own. They are good, but sometimes they have not properly translated. They are Western monks. Their mother language is not Pali. And our language is Sinhala. Sinhala comes from Sanskrit and Pali. That's why if you learn from a Sri Lankan monk, a Sri Lankan tradition is more closer to Pali tradition. They can understand that properly. But it doesn't mean that Western translations are not good. But yeah, so there are some issues. You will see the issues only when you understand the thinking. When you can think in Pali, then you can minimize most of the issues. How can you go there? Only by getting familiar with these suttas in Pali itself. That's a bit of work, but when you do it, you will get to that point one day. But if you only base your Dhamma knowledge on a translation, then it will be a problem. Yes, it will become a problem. Now, oftentimes when we teach in Pali, there may be some listeners who might say, it is very heavy for us, just translate. It might be heavy, but you will learn the wrong thing, So you have to be able to think in Pali one day. So that's the thing that we need to understand if you really want to do something for the translations actually. Translations are good to have a certain framework, but then we are going to further understand what those Pali words really mean. Alright, so I think we have come down to the lunch time, but before that we're going to share the good karmas. May all the good karmas we've been making today since morning be helpful for all of us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now we are going to do the Buddha Puja, so please get ready. Maybe you can stand on the both sides, they will be passing the Buddha Puja. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Somebody please turn the light on. Please turn the light on. It's light. Okay. Namo tasse bhagavatu arahatu samma sambuddhassa iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho Vichacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro pulisa dhamma sarati sattva deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araha samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno Sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattva deva manussana buddho bhagavati iti piso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vichacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu විදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ Dharma friends, let's bow 3 times the Buddha before we sit. We are going to do the puja part now. Let's do a short puja because of our program. Please take your seats, Dharma friends, especially the devotees who are bringing Dharma. Please come forward. The devotees who brought Dharma also come forward. Yeah, devotees in the back, in the hallway, please come forward and then take your seats. Dharma sponsors. Okay, so now we are going to offer all the offerings which you all offer to the Buddha, especially candles, incense, flowers, other drinks, and then the food. May all these offerings be offered to the Buddha. May we respect the Buddha by reciting these stanzas. Let's recite together. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tasse bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhasse. Namo tasse bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhasse. Namo tasse bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhasse. Itipiso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vidyacharya sampanno sugato lokariyo anuttaro purisa dhammasarati sattha dena manussana buddho bhagavati swakhato bhagavata dhammo Samvittiko akaliko Ihasiko opedaiko Pachattan vedikammo Vinduhiti Supatikammo bhagavato sadhaka sammo Ujupatikammo bhagavato sadhaka Nyayapatikammo bhagavato sadhaka sammo Samiti patikammo bhagavato sadhaka sammo Yadidam chattani purisa yudhani atta purisa tundara Esa bhagavato sadhaka sammo Ahuniyo paruniyo Dakkiniyo anjali karaniyo Anuttarang punyaketang Lokassati Ganasarappaditena Deepena Kamadansina තිලෝකදීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝමුදං සුගන්ධිකාය වදනං අනන්ත ගුණගන්ධිනා සුගන්ධිනාං පූජයාමි තථාගතං වන්නගන්ධේ ගුණෝපේතං ඒතං කුසුම සන්තතින් පූජයාමි මුනින්දස්ස සිරිපාද සරෝහේ පූජේමි බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන නේතේන ච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති යථා ඉදම්මේ කායෝ තථායාති විනාශභාවං අදිවාසේ කුණෝ බන්තේ ගිලාන පච්චයං නිමං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තමං අදිවාසේ කුණෝ බන්තේ භෝජනං පරිකප්පිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තමං වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානි සුපතිට්ඨිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහා භූති බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා කායේන වාචා පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්ඡයං කමනේ බන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත අච්ඡයං කමනේ ධම්ම සංවිත්තික අකාලික අච්ඡයං කමනේ සංඝ සුපටිපන්න අනුත්තර ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාදමු සතං සමාදමු හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තිය සාදු සාදු සාදු. Today's dana was sponsored by two families, Mr. and Mrs. Vasanta Amarasinghe and family, especially for sponsoring the Dana to the yogis during the Buddha Puja, and also to Namal and Vasanti and daughter for preparing Dana today. So let's think about may all the good karmas two families creating today by offering Dana to the meditation retreatants, yogis, and to the monks. Be transferred to the departed ones who passed away in the name of both of your families. May they be well and happy. May they attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Idam me nyati idam hotu sukita hontu nyatayo. Idam me nyati hontu nyatayo. Idam me nyati idam hotu sukita hontu nyatayo. Also, may Deva Naga Mahindika share all these good karmas. May they be well and happy. May they protect and bless all of you, including Mr. and Mrs. Vasanta Amarasinghe and Namal, Vasanti and daughter and all the family members. May the Deva Naga Mahindika protect and bless all of them, all of us, for good health, quality of life, prosperity and safety. May Deva Naga Mahindika also be well and happy, finally attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Akasattha ca bhummattha devanaga mahindika punyantam anumoditva chiran rakkantu loka sasanam chiran rakkantu desanam chiran rakkantu mam paranti chiran rakkantu tvam sadati. Finally, may all the good karmas we've been doing so far be supportive and helpful for all of us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Abhivadana sirissa nicchan vardhapachayino chattaro dhamma vardhanti ayuvanno sukhang balam ayurarogya sampatti sagga sampatti nivacha ato nibbana sampatti iminati saminjatu. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now we are taking 10 minutes of time to get ready for the dana. Please go to the washroom, get ready. In 10 minutes of time, we are starting the dana, taking dana in the basement. And after Dana, we will see you at 1:30. You have to come over here to the hall for meditation. You do your own meditation. Others are meeting me in the library. Okay? Let's bow 3 times to God.
ලැප්ටොප් එකයි අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපිට ලැප්ටොප් එකයි අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ ලැප්ටොප් එක. අර print කරන්න.
print කරන්නේ කොහොමද? ඒක ලොකු දෙයක් හම්බුනොත් අපිට නැත්තම් පොඩ්ඩක් හදලා
serving lunch downstairs.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Now, friends, we are going to start off the afternoon evening program. Now it's almost 1:30. We have reflection time. Reflection time means you are going to continue your meditation, either sitting or walking meditation. At the same time, you are going to reflect upon all the good things you've been doing since yesterday. Good karmas, at the same time reflection about your kusala thoughts. This is a perfect time to think about. So practice meditation as you used to. Switch between walking and sitting, but please keep the noble silence. This is very important. And I ask children, please respect the meditation. Don't run, don't talk. Okay? Just respect the event and behave well. Okay? And I'm going to the library and you are doing the meditation. I'm going to the library because I'm seeing almost 12 retreat yogis for their personal spiritual questions. So here you are going to continue your meditation. Please keep the silence, noble silence, and do your meditation. And we'll be seeing you at 3:30 here, and from 3:30 to 4:30 we are going to listen to others, what you have learned throughout these 2 days up to now. Whether you have learned new Dhamma things, whether you have understood how to navigate your Dhamma path, Dhamma journey, whether you have learned, improved certain Dhamma concepts, or whether how it has affected your Dhamma journey and such things from you, either in Sinhala or in English, mostly. For that 1 hour. After that, we have the chanting, sharing merits, and then by 5 o'clock, maybe closing retreat. දැන් ඔබගේ භාවනාව කරගෙන යන්න මේ පැය දෙක ඇතුළත අපි නැවත 3:30ට. So I have 12 individuals starting from Jasmine. So when I go inside, Jasmine will come. After Jasmine, we have a list. Maybe I'm going to be asking somebody else, a volunteer, to coordinate, to send the individuals inside.
අර මේ රිට්‍රීට් එක ගැන යම්කිසි අදහසක් ගන්න මිනිස්සුන්ගේ ඒක මොන වීඩියෝ කරගන්න මිනිස්සුන්ලා කතා කරනකොට. ඕකේ වීඩියෝ කරන්න ඈතින් තියලා පොඩ්ඩක්.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. How was the meditation, reflection meditation? There you go. Self-meditation. Right? You meditate being guided before, and then after those meditations you meditate by yourself. This is what you are supposed to do. This is what you are supposed to do at the end. Okay, so now we have come down to what you call retreat participant comments about what you have learned. Right? Otherwise you keep learning, but I don't know whether you learned or not. So we will give you an opportunity for anybody who would like to come up and then share what they have learned. And then maybe we can discuss more things about what they learned through that also. Because when we hear from each other, that's a good amount of information and then different ways of understanding. Anybody wants to come up and then share what you have been learning since yesterday or maybe today about Dhamma talks, maybe Dhamma, maybe meditation. I hope you have a lot to share. Right? Okay. Maybe we have to give the mic. Yes. You like to come go there? Yes. Yes, please.
Hi everyone. So for me, I had a personal interview with Swami Bhante as well today. I told him that I'm someone who do dana, sila a lot, but I was really scared to get into bhavana because there are different varieties, variations of bhavana, and I wasn't sure if I would get into the right path. But this retreat, I'm so happy and I'm so fortunate to be a part of it, to be registered for this retreat. And I, like Swami Bhante very clearly said, I'm like a newbie, so I kind of learned my first steps of bhavana, and I come to this temple very often, and I do breath meditation. We do it as a puja, part of puja. So I used to like inhale, exhale, and I used to put a lot of effort behind this inhalation and exhalation, and I wasn't sure if I was doing it right. But someone was saying numerous times when you all raised questions, he said that we shouldn't control it. But I think all this time what I had done was controlling it. I was very scared to do it, also not knowing if I was doing the right thing, because I've heard of all kinds of different things about this. If I'm thinking I might go to the wrong jhana or something, So I'm so happy and very fortunate to learn the first steps of bhavana, and I will remember it for the rest of my days, how to do this without controlling the walking meditation or the breath meditation, and to really concentrate and focus on it. And Swami Bhante was telling me when I had these questions that the more you do, the better you will be, and it will take that time for all of us to get to that point, and so hopefully sooner than later I'll be a practiced good meditator. So many merits to you, Swami Bhante, for the introductions, because I'm like a brand new student. So thank you. I hope you all got the maximum out of this retreat. Many merits.
Interesting. Very interesting. Now see, one thing that she brought up is controlled breathing. This is what I want to hear from you. So then others also get to think. You've been doing breath meditation almost at the end of every puja. But it was more likely a controlled breathing. You are controlling your breath. That is not the breath meditation. Very interesting point. And not even controlled breathing. Some people even they control their walking. Right? Have you seen people who are walking like a goose during the walking meditation? That happens. It's not like that. You just walk, but not too slow, not too fast. And you are trying to watch the whole process of walking. Yeah, so it's good that things have come down to your life and then you are now on the track. Yes, hopefully, yes. Others who would like to come and share, but in single. Come and share with us what you have learned today, yesterday. If not, I have to think that you haven't learned anything, huh? That's too bad. Now in some of the sutta discussions, what I do is at the end of the sutta discussion, after I discuss the sutta, I give a question and a grouping people, like in some countries. So they group together, they answer that question. Somebody from that group come and present what they have learned. Things like that make people more understandable, about the Dhamma actually. Others? Yes, please. No, here we are trying to let people comment about the retreat, about what you have learned. Yeah, you can come up and then ask the question. Maybe, to give your feedback.
I just want to ask you, you said that we can attain Nibbana only concentrating on metta.
Only practicing metta. Yes. You have to read the sutta, Attaka Nagara Sutta. You can write down, Attaka Nagara Sutta. The sutta says everything. It's the reference. Even by practicing karma, even by practicing mudita alone, even by practicing upekha alone, you can attain Nibbana. There are 11 ways to do as such. Best to first type in the sutta's name and find out the proper place, and then go to Sutta Central, go to that particular place. Mostly if you type in the sutta with the Sutta Central, for example, Dhamma Chakka Pavattana Sutta, Sutta Central, it will take you directly to that page. Don't go to the site and find. It will be difficult for you because you don't have the background knowledge. So better, let's say you want to find out the Metta Sutta. Metta Sutta, Sutta Central. Directly take you to the website, that particular place. That's the best. Alagadupama Sutta, Sutta Central. It's very searchable. Alright, till somebody wants to comment, maybe I can take a question if you have any question about what we have discussed so far. Because time is very important. Any questions about Dhamma? Yes. Are you going to ask a question or going to give a comment of the feedback?
Just a clarification about what we did today.
Yes, please. Come on. That's a good feedback. Please. Mic එකයි
අවසරයි ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ. කියන්න තියෙන එක දෙයක් අපි අතට මේ දවස්
මම හිතන්නේ ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ. Mic එක දාලා දෙන්න. පොඩ්ඩක් දාලා දෙන්න. නෑ.
අවසරයි ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ. ඇත්තටම අපි මේ දවස් දෙකේ ගාක් ඉගෙන ගත්තා කියලා මට හිතුණා. මොකද අපි එක එක තැන් වලින් ටික අහුලා ගත්තානේ අපිට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඇත්තටම මොකද්ද කරන්නේ කියලා. මගේ මේ පළවෙනි රිට්‍රීට් එක තමයි මේ කැනඩාවට ආවට පස්සේ මම බලාගෙන බලාගෙන හිටියා දවස් කිහිපයක රිට්‍රීට් එකක්. නමුත් මට මේක ලැබුණේ මේක දැක්ක ගමන් මම මේ ඇත්තටම රෙජිස්ටර් වුණා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේට තරමනි නිරෝගී සුවය ලැබෙන්න ඕන මේ අපි වගේ අයට මේ වගේ දැනුමක් ලබා දීම ගැන. ඉතින් මට පොඩි ගැටලුවක් තියෙන්නේ දැන් අපි ආනාපාන සති භාවනාව කරනකොට අපි කරනවා කරගෙන යනකොට සමහර ස්ටෙප්ස් ඇත්තටම අපි කරගෙන තියෙන නමුත් අපි දැනගෙන හිටියේ නෑ ඒකත් මේකේ කොටසක්ද කියලා. අපි නිකන් ඔහේ කරගෙන ගියා. ඉතින් දැන් ඇත්තටම මේ රිට්‍රීට් එකෙන් තමයි දැනගත්තේ මේ ස්ටෙප්ස් ඇත්තටම අපිට දැනලා තියෙනවා. ඒ ගැන දැනගත්තේ මේ රිට්‍රීට් එකෙන්. ඉතින් මට මේ අන්තිමට අර thoughtless ගතියක් ආවම ඊට පස්සේ contemplate තැන එන්නේ එතන පොඩි ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා. ඒක එතනින් එහාට කොහොමද thoughtless වලින් පස්සේ අතෙන්ට ගියහම ඒක කොහොමද මේකට සම්බන්ධ කරගන්නේ කියලා ඔබ වහන්සේට පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් කියලා මම ඉල්ලීමක් කරනවා.
I will explain that in Sinhala a little bit and then translate. මේ ප්‍රශ්නේදී අපිට පෙනුණා ආනාපාන සති භාවනාව හරියට කරන්නේ නැත්නම් අපි එනවා තැනකට වැඩිපුර thoughts අපිට එන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ cognitive problem එකක් නෙමෙයි. සමහරවිට cognitive problem එකක් ආවම තුන් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ dementia වෙන්න පුළුවන්, Alzheimer වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නේද? එහෙම එකක් නෙමෙයි. cognitive dysfunction එකක් නෙමෙයි. මේක ඇවිල්ලා අකුසල thoughts එනවා. එහෙම ආවත් ඒක අඳුන ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ මොහොතට කලින් අඳුන ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඒතරන්නේ ඒ මොහොත අන්න එහෙම clarity එක නිර්මාණය වෙනකොට තමයි අපි අර contemplations කරන්න පුළුවන් තත්වයක් හැදෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එතන කියන්නේ අපි ධම්මානුපස්සනාව. ඒකට කියන ධම්මානුපස්සනාව. දැන් මම කියවනේ මුලින්ම අර indications එනවා කියලා ඒ එන්නේ කායනුපස්සනාව කරන්නේ නැත්තේ. අපිට පැහැදිලි කරොත් ඒක හරියට. ඊළඟට අර ලොකු සතුටක් ලොකු ප්‍රීතියක් එන්නේ වේදනානුපස්සනාව හරියට කරන්නේ නැත්තේ. ඒව කරන්නේ යනකොට එකින් එක. ඊළඟට ඒකේ අග තමයි අර ඒ වේදනානුපස්සනාව අග වෙනකොට තමයි අර breathless stage එක එන්නේ. හුස්ම ගන්න නැහැ වගේ එකක් දැනෙන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ චිත්තානුපස්සනාවෙන් තමයි thoughtless ගතිය එන්නේ. ඒ thoughts ටික අඳුර ගන්නවනේ. අඳුර ගන්නකොට අනවශ්‍ය thoughts එන්නේ නැහැ. ඊළඟට දැන් ඒ අනවශ්‍ය thoughts එන්නේ නැති වෙලා ලොකු clarity එකක් නිර්මාණය වෙනකොට අන්න එතෙන්දි ධම්මානුපස්සනාවට යන්නේ. ඒක හරි පහසුයි. එතකොට අපිට ධම්මානුපස්සනාවේ ඔක්කොම ඒව කරන්න ඕනේ. එකක් පික් කරනවා අපි. අනිච්ච වගේ දේවල් පික් කරනවා. අනිච්ච කියන්නේ වෙනස. ඒකට එතන ඒක පහසුයි. අනිච්ච කියන සංඥාව අපිට ගන්න ලීසි අර clarity එක හරහා. එතනින් පස්සේ තින් කෙනෙක් නිවන් දකිනවා. ඒ යන්නේ ලොකු ස්ටේජ් එකකට. මොකද දැන් ඔය මම කියපු අට්ඨකනාගර සූත්‍රයේ තියෙන ක්‍රම 11ෙම කියන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රථම ධානයේ වඩලා නිවන් දකින්න පුළුවන්. Only by first ධානය you can attain Nibbana. දෙක විතරක් වඩලා යන්න පුළුවන්. 3 4 ඒවා වෙන වෙනම වඩලා යන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඉතින් 2 3 4 දෙන්නේ පැයක කරලා නමුත් එක කරලා යන්නත් පුළුවන්. මෙත්තා කරුණා මුදිතා උපේක්ඛා වඩලත් ඒකකින් යන්නත් පුළුවන්. යන්නේ කොහොමද? මෙත්තාව වඩලා කල්පනා කරනවා මේ මෛත්‍රිය සංස්කාර වලින් නිර්මාණය වෙච්ච එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මම මෛත්‍රිය කරනවා සංස්කාර තියෙනවා නේ. මම කුසල කර්ම අකුසල කර්ම තුරනේ ඉන්නේ කුසල කර්ම කරගෙන. ඒ වගේම මේක මම මේ චේතනාන්විතව කරන වැඩක්. මම කැමැත්තෙන් කරන්නේ. අන්න එතකොට මට මගේ හිත යනවා අනිත්‍යතාවයට. එතකොට තමයි කෙනෙකුගේ සංස්කාර ගමන කෙලවර වෙන්නේ කියලා තමයි ඒක කියන්නේ. Okay, the question that she asked was now as you understand the different stages of breath meditation, there is very less information about this. They only talk about exhale and inhale, mostly about controlled breathing in many breath practices everywhere you see. But you understand, according to the Satipatthanas, 4 Satipatthanas, when you practice breath meditation the proper way, you will come to certain stages as you progress. when you first started off breath meditation, you will go through the Kaya Vipassana level, wherein which you feel that you are seeing certain indications of something, maybe like a flashback about your concentration. But most people, they fall prey to the wrong indications, thinking that a storm, color, like casinos and all that. So Buddha asks us not to fall prey to, not to get caught up with this indication. Just watch, keep continuing. Watching your breaths, one breath at a time. And then when you continue, you are going on to the Vedananupassana level of Anapanasati. Vedananupassana level of Anapanasati. That means we are practicing Anapanasati through Satipatthanas. At that point you will understand, you feel happiness, you feel a joy at that point. Because you are practicing that meditation after passing that first level where you were able to bypass that issue. Then you are continuing, you are not getting stuck with that happiness, with that joy. You are further continuing, you are now going on to the Chittanupassana stage of Anapanasati, wherein which you feel, before that, at the end of that joy and happiness, you will feel that you are almost not breathing anymore. Actually, not breathing anymore, you don't feel that you are breathing. You are almost breathless. That happens at the end of Vedananupassana stage of Anapanasati. How you continue? When you continue, you come to a level that your thoughts, one of the 16 thoughts, any thoughts, those thoughts are not giving you a hard time. They are under your management. Then you are thinking that you can free your mind, you can free your thoughts. Then you understand there's a greater clarity. You are almost thoughtless in terms of akusala thoughts. And also when you continue, now with that great clarity, now you are able to incorporate one of the Dhammanupassana practices. You pick on one of the Dhammanupassana concept. It might be anicca. Let's take Nirodha. A lot of people misunderstand Nirodha. They think I have to become an enlightened person to understand Nirodha. Not necessarily. Nirodha means cessation. How many times our thoughts, our single thoughts, they arise, they exist, and they get ceased. Even now, let's say I have a kusala thought, talking Dhamma to you. I'm happy that thought already arose. It stays, and then it has to cease. Then the next kusala thought arises. That means this cessation is not only a nibbanic thing. There is a cessation, another cessation, full cessation. But cessation happens all the time. It's like nibbana and nibbutta. Do you know the difference? Remember, Kisa Gautami, when she saw young Prince Siddhartha, she said a couple of words, we call them Nibbutta Padas. If this man has a mother, she must be extinguished, blown up, no fire anymore, no that many kilesas. And if this young man has a father, that man must be extinguished, blown out. What kind of fire is that? Kilesa fires. They say there are 11 fires of kilesa. If this man is married to a lady, that lady must be extinguished, blown out, because of his peace. Now what was the word she used? Nibbutta. Nibbutta pada. What is this Nibbutta? That's interesting. Nibbutta is the past participle of the word called Nibbana. Past participle. In Sinhala, Atita Krudavata. Nibbana, Nibbutta. Then that means we can go to Nibbana millions time, billions time in this life before we actually get into this formal Nibbana. Cessation. Now you pick on a certain personal experience about Nibbutta. Let's say today, by this time in the retreat, you are so happy, you feel so calm, so serene. That means a thought, a wholesome thought arose, maybe many wholesome thoughts, one by one, millions, billions of thoughts. And in each thought, you saw how it arose, how it existed, how that thought had to cease. That means we have been experiencing billion times of cessations even during a day if we think about it in the proper way. So you can, if you have done anicca as a contemplation through the Dhammanupassana stage of Anapanasati, you are good. Let's say if you can pick on viraga, dispassion, you are thinking about a moment in your life where you lowered your sensuality, lowered. You can't get rid of it because you are lay people, you have to have certain good karmas. The Buddha said kamesu miccachara, kamesu sammachara is okay, behave well in karmas. Now this is one very big mistake a lot of translators make. Do you know the last stanza of Metta Sutta? What was it? Can somebody recite the last stanza of Metta Sutta? Karaniya Metta Sutta? What is the last stanza? Dittincha anupagamma silava. Then dasanena sampanna. Then kamesu vinayaveda. Nahi jatu gabbasena punareti. What is the relevance of kama here? Kamesu vinayaveda. Now, how did many translators translate this part? Having overcome all the kamas. But what is the Pali meaning of this? Kamesu vinaya geda. Having removed the greed towards kamas. Kama is okay for a layperson, but do not bring greed to the kamas. How do we understand that? Kama and lobha. Don't bring lobha to kama. That is a problem. Let's say you are going to have some food in a restaurant, but the restaurant doesn't have the food, and you can't go anywhere at that time. So you are so upset about it. Tonight, I must eat this food. Otherwise, I am going to complain a lot. Lots of lobha for that food. And then you are in a relationship, you are controlling other person. So much, too much. You brought a lot of greed to that relationship. That is beyond karma. So the Buddha says, do not bring lobha, what you call gedha, also kind of a past participle of lobha, gedha to the karmas. But translators go by having removed all the karmas. What an unpractical, what a wrong translation is that. That's why you need to learn some Pali. Some Pali are mandatory. Don't just depend on somebody. So now you can think about a moment in your life where you lowered your karma. I think there are lots of times we have both times. I think a lot of times are related to the time that karma took us over, not that we took us. We took karma over. But karmas are all mostly taking us over. Let's say now there is some sweet in your house, some cakes on the dining table. People are blaming, who put this cake on that table? Countertop. That's why I ate that cake. Isn't it? Who put it there? Anybody can put cake or dessert on the table. Countertop. They are blaming that person that they're going to eat up that cake at the end. That means karma took us over. Not that we could not take the karma over. Right? So think about a time that you were trying so hard, not so hard, you were trying to be very peaceful, you understand that I should not, very healthy way of looking at this thing, right? Like wise attention, you are looking at this experience of eating the cake, eating up the cake. I know that this is not good for me and I already had my food, and plus eating too much sugary things is not good also. So bringing that understanding, true wise attention, you also want to come. And then not to eat that for today. Maybe I can eat it another day. Maybe I'm not going to eat it too. I want to be sugarless for a couple of days. That is Buddhism. That is Viraga. But most people mess up. they mess up. They not only eat that one cake, they will eat more by the end of the day. and then claiming we are Buddhist. Buddhism is not about those very big meritorious Nibbanic meditation. Buddhism is about all these small issues in our life. If we cannot understand what we are doing, then we are not practicing any Buddhism. So viraga is one of the contemplations. So you're gonna bring up one day there was a nice cupcake on my countertop. Somebody broke it, but I was able to manage myself that I did not go and grab it, and I was able to understand that experience through wise attention. I'm good, I'm happy about it. And you bring that to now your Anapanasati meditation after this Chittanupassana, thoughtless state. And you can easily think about how you practice Viranaga. And then you are continuing your breath. Who knows, you probably will become enlightened sooner or later. Yeah? Nirodha Patinissa, the last one. Actually, I advise you to practice Dhammanupassana stage of Anapanasati one by one, maybe Anicca for a couple of months, Viraga for some time, not practice all together, you know. Yeah. Patinissa means letting go. In your life, have you let go certain things? Maybe people who you didn't like, maybe people who trouble you a lot, people who were very mean to you, maybe some bad experiences. Have you properly let go these things? Or are you still carrying them in the loop? Right? So if you have done that, then you can think about a certain event which you did that through the Anapanasati, through the Dhammanupassana stage of Anapanasati.
Past things which come to your mind, something which happened when you were very young, things like that. Sometimes they start coming up when you are meditating.
Yeah. Every time a past event comes to our mind, you have to look at it through wise attention and then finish that particular activity. There are a lot of unfinished business we have been having in the past. Right? Remember that there was probably a story, kind of a ghost story. There were two undergraduates who were going to a university, like in BC, and they were having an argument. And then somehow the girl wanted to, get out of the car, and she did. And then when she was doing that, there was a bus came in, and the bus ran her over, and she passed her. And people are saying there isn't a ghost. There's a lady who was trying to get in cars, and then giving an address of a library in the university. But that library is not anymore available. There's a huge building now. Right? She's asking, can you take me to this library? But now there's a big building which was made 30 years ago. Because she has not left properly. Her life is still haunting, an unfinished business. That's why in our life, we have to finish things. Our memories, let's say a memory from our early time comes to us, try to look at it with wise attention. What happened? What can I do for that experience now? If you haven't properly looked at it, it will keep coming to you. Maybe a bad experience. I think good experiences are not coming easily. Mostly the bad ones coming to us. Right? That is the nature of the mind. So whenever the bad ones coming to you, don't just let go very fast. Then they will keep coming again faster than before. Take it, understand what happened, now what can I do, and then fully finish that experience with wise attention. I think it's better to have the mic now because these people are not hearing this. Maybe you better be over there.
get to know the wise attention? How do you identify that? You keep getting the, let's say, bad experiences.
Bad experiences come to us because our thoughts are not properly trained yet, not adequately trained. Yeah, that's why they are coming. But you are asking how do what?
How do you get rid of that?
Yeah. That's why practicing Yoniso Manasikara, wise attention. The more you practice, the better you are. This is not a fortnight journey, not a one-night thing. This takes time because those experiences have been in your deep consciousness. So that's why they are troubling. So we have to have a good look at this incident, take it out and then see what can I think about it, what can I do without letting it go in the first place. Yeah, you can do it by wise, because wise attention means you are tracing that particular, even that is a memory. Now it is going to become a sensory experience through mano vinyana. Are you going to take it here and then you're going to trace that experience down to its roots, why it happened, why it arose. Now what can I think about it? Now what can I do for it? You are doing a full, thorough activity towards that. That is Yoniso Manasikara. But whenever that past memory is coming to you, you are thinking, no, it's good that happened. Maybe you are so angry, why these people treated me like that. That means you are still not doing anything for that experience. You have to take it here once it comes and then to look at it through wise attention. Then you're going to finish that experience. It won't come that much after.
Thank you.
Yeah, please take the mic better. It is for here listening to other people too. There are many listening to. Yes, please.
Bhante, what I want to know is at what stage in the Anapana, is it the breathless state that you start contemplating? You bring on...
No, you have to go further. Thoughtless stage. Breathless stage is Vedananupasana, by the end of Vedananupasana. Thoughtless stage is at the end of Chittanupasana.
And you purposely bring those into your meditation?
Well, you have, what do you mean by purpose? I would say Chetana. Because I have to be intentional and volitional to bring them into my clarity. Okay. Otherwise they won't automatically arise in my clarity. There are many non-Buddhist people who have lots of clarity, but they don't bring in these things. Right? So we have to be intentional and volitional that these are good contemplations which the Buddha explained to us. So we are going to bring them into our clarity.
Thank you.
This is also the difference between us and the Hindu people. Hindu people also come to this stage. Yes, they are also coming, but then they are ending up at that place. Then the Buddhist version is these four: Anicca, Viraga, Nirodha, Paticca. They don't go to that place because they are thinking about Mahabrahma. Mahabrahma is eternal. They don't think about Anicca. They don't think about Viraga. They don't think about Nirodha, Paticca. They are purely Buddhist. Yeah, that's why we have to bring them into our clarity. Here, over here. This side. Yes. Yes.
This is related to the one that lady asked. If we kill the animal in the past, when that thought comes to your mind, how do you look at it through Yoniso Manasikara?
Depends on what kind of animal is that. Mosquito? Okay, let me tell you. In our life, more or less, we may have done these things. To be honest, right? Dhamma is a very honest practice. You cannot just superimpose that you are a good person, now you are going to do the rest, I'm going to be Nibbana bound. So you have to accept honestly about your mistakes. Then only real Dhamma arises. The true Dhamma arises. So, let's say there is someone who is struggling with this kind of thought. Let's say maybe he killed an animal, maybe even a mosquito. There are certain ways to look at it, but I'm telling you, you are trying to make it as a teaching moment. That was a teaching moment. And I worry about it, I have remorse, but I do not dwell in that remorse. The kukucha, I do not dwell in that kukucha, remorse, because dwelling in that kukucha takes me back again to dosa. Kukucha is a part of dosa. Remorse, regret is akusala which comes under dosa, not lobha. That means I am struggling with the reality. I think I shouldn't have done. I am self-blaming. I am self-hating myself. So, kukucha is good in a way that you understand your own mistakes. But then don't dwell in that kukucha, remorse or regret. Then you are trying not to do that again, not to repeat it again. That is the teaching moment. But if you are someone who is only troubled by that experience, whatever sensory experience where you kill an animal, but you cannot get it over with wise attention, then that is a problem. So what you can do is treat it, consider it as a teaching moment. Yes, I made a mistake. Now, because of this teaching moment, I am trying to do more kusalas. I am trying to take care of animals. I am trying to take care of all beings as much as I can. This is what we can do. Because if you are going to worry about that tiny small akusala, then you are creating more akusalas through kukucha. Remember the monk? What was his name? There was a monk who has been practicing sila very well. Right? So much sila in his practice. But just before he passed away, he plucked a certain branch of a tree. Now normally the Upasampada monks, they are not supposed to do as such, because we believe that trees have a certain life, not our life. The Jains also say they have a one life, one faculty life. Now he was very worried about, he's a perfectionist monk. Sila means sila, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. When you come to that level, sila means not to do list, do's and don'ts. You feel like very perfectionist. You feel like too much bothered about your everything. In Buddhism, we don't have rules. Everything is self-discipline. Because you may not do the bad thing, but you are doing it through your mind. Who does that? Intention is the most important thing. But anyway, this monk was bothered. Then what happened? He passed away by thinking this. Then he became a big cobra in the same temple. Because he didn't like what happened. That means if you die with a lot of greed, you will become a hungry ghost. If you die with remorse, regret, hatred, dosa, you become a snake. So now you understand remorse is such bad, but we will have a certain remorse. Now what is the practical word for this? Guilty. We feel guilty about it. Normal life. Even animals feel guilty. When dogs, cats, not cats too much, they are very coarse beings. Maybe dogs. Even we feel very guilty when we do a wrong thing to somebody. We want to apologize, right? So anyways, what we can do is, the moment we understand, we are trying to make a certain aspiration, wish. From today onwards, I am not doing anything like that. I am trying to take care of every being, including me. I think that is what you can do. Worrying about that is not the thing, but you are certainly very much sorry about the thing what happened. But now, yes.
Bad karma will still come, right, for the bad thing that you did.
Let me tell you something. The Buddha said that you can neutralize bad karmas. But don't take this for granted, okay? Good news. Don't take this for granted. Buddha said to one person in one of the suttas, with an example. Somebody puts a small amount of salt into a glass of water. Now the glass of water becomes saltish. And yes. And then the same person is going to put the same amount of salt into the Ganges in India. Ganga Nadi. Ganga Nadi, Ganges is not going to be salt because the volume of water is too high. In the same way, if somebody has done less kusala but done a small akusala, that small akusala can give a very hard time to his or her life. Because he or she hasn't done kusalas. That's why the devotees are very concerned. I have to bring dana to the sangha, I have to do more good karmas, I have to learn more dhamma. Yes, you should be so. Even you know or not, that is true. But there is someone who has done tiny little bad karmas in the past, but not those heinous karmas, killing the mother, killing the father, killing arahants. But this list is not very comprehensive. Then you can kill your brother, you can kill your spouse, such a bad list. Killing means killing. It has been taken in a very different level actually. And then making the sangha in conflict, right? These are too much bad stuff. So you have to suffer a lot, go through a lot of sufferings in the samsara. Other than these 5 or 6, some places they say 6, the Bahudantaka Sutta in Majjhima Nikaya, 6. The Buddha says if you do more good karmas, your bad karmas, tiny bad karmas will be mitigated, neutralized because of your good karmas. So it's possible. So now let me go back to the other part of this question. But let me tell you, don't take it for granted, okay? Don't think that maybe from today onwards I do some bad karmas, as Bhante said, then I will do some good karmas. That is okay. That is such a bad approach. I'm talking about the bad things you may have done in the past, because as you brought up, people have certain worries about those things. So you can do something for them. Not that when you do a bad thing, when you had done a bad thing, you will have to just, worry about it. There are things you can do. Do more dana, do more sila, and then help other people, practice Brahma Viharas, practice Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekka, do all that. Now, on another note, just think about the mosquitoes. Okay? Now, in the case of mosquitoes, a lot of people, when they ask the question of mosquitoes, I'm asking, how did mosquitoes get in your house? Somebody opened the door. Somebody may have opened the windows. Somebody may have not properly closed. So mosquitoes came in. Now you're asking, should I kill or should I just let them drink my blood? Such a bad question. You have let them come in. And you're asking the question. So I think we can do a lot of things to avoid killing. Believe me. Do that part. But there may be certain exceptional times we may not be able to do certain things. But oftentimes we can do certain things. Let's say you are drinking something, maybe tea or something. If you are not properly washing, some ants might pile up into that cup. Now you are thinking, I don't have another cup, I'm going to wash it with the hot water. You are killing them. So if you had rinsed that before, ants would have not come to that cup. Now you are asking, should I kill them or not? Why do you have time to wait until they go? There are lots of times we can stop killing. It is your wise attention that you don't use that wise attention knowledge to these small, tiny home experiences. Even if you are somebody who has having a garden, how to do things with garden. Maybe if you have small tiny animals, how to protect my garden. There are many things to do, right? So before thinking about, there are two ways to think. One is the killing of animals in the past, and also you can think about how to stop doing that as a prior practice. You can make sure that you are not coming to that level, that this is not going to happen.
I was thinking of Angulimala's story.
No, Angulimala's story is a very exceptional story. We cannot bring that to us. Because Angulimala had done a lot of good karmas in order to attain Nibbana. But then this happened. Because, you know what happened? Because he was the genius student, the smartest student in the class. And then other students were not happy about it. So they made a scandal to the teacher. They said, "Teacher, he's having a relationship with your wife." He was very mad. And he said, every student must give a tribute to the teacher before going. But I'm asking you to give that early. So that's why intellectually vulnerable people are more dangerous than unintellectual people. Especially the young people. You remember in Japan, probably 27 years ago, there was a man, religious leader, who helped young people to set up bombs in the subway, metro stations. This person's teachings are very eye-catching to the young people, even today in Japan. They were doing whatever the teacher says. You go and explore, do it. That's for the sake of the religion, Dharma. So when people are intellectually vulnerable, more bad things can happen. I mean, we need intellect, definitely. But when you are intellectually more vulnerable, when you are too much educated, too much, that can make you end up in a certain wrong place. If you are very less educated, also this thing happen, right? So Angulimala's case is like that. Angulimala was the smartest student, so he did everything what he wanted to. How come if he was the smartest student, how come he went on to making that garland of fingers? He shouldn't have done it. Even a small kid might understand that. But he did not, because he has too much respect for the teacher. But in his case, it is an exceptional case. We cannot generalize to the normal audience. But still we can sort of understand the nature of what happened. Now Angulimala had to go through certain pain. And because he had done a lot of good karmas, he was able to attain Nibbana. But think about that moment, how the Buddha interfered in the situation. The Buddha knew he is going to kill his mother. If he had killed his mother, he would have lost the opportunity to attain Nibbana. So, what I can say is that not to think that do bad karmas and then expiate yourself, purify yourself. Just think about for the past, understand your past, truly accept your past, and then finish that thought either by forgiving or whatever. And for the future, try to be very vigilant. Try to practice wise attention so that you can minimize a lot of akusalas actually. So you are working on both ways, for the past and for the future. I do have, that's the website I've been showing, Patisota, patisota.blogspot.com. Patisota, P-A-T-I-S-O-T-A-L. I think, do you have a WhatsApp group here? I don't know, maybe not. Patisota. Patisota.blogspot.com. Alright, any more questions or feedback? Patisota, P-A-T-I-S-O-T-A. Maybe it might pop up if you search on Google, Patisota. Maybe just search Patisota, I think it might pop up. P-A-T-I-S-O-T-A. Patisota, Patisota. Just search Patisota, you are right, Patisota. The full web address is patisota.blogspot.com. But if you are on Google now, you can just search Patisota. Can I see? Yeah, let me see. Can you show the screen to us? Yeah, that one. Yes, good. Patisota. Yes, see. Yes. We have some more minutes. I have, too busy with online discussions. Monday I have a discussion, online discussion, around 40 to 50 people. Malaysian crowd actually. Tuesday I have an audience of 180 people online. Monday when I'm in Malaysia it's going to be physical. Time, yes, I think, time has a problem, yes. No, they are Zoom one. They don't like to broadcast, And then, many online classes. Time is a problem. Actually, let me tell you, before this retreat, couple months ago, our initial plan was to start a sutta discussion for this temple in your own time. Then somehow I was traveling, we could not discuss that. So I think in the future we can discuss after this retreat to have a regular sutta discussion in your own time. So you all can connect from your houses. Zoom, through Zoom. Yeah. That was the plan, and then we ended up with a retreat. Yes, because I'm coming to Canada. So we will see. We will see how is the good time and all that. Yeah. Yes.
You were saying very confidently that if you try it later, you become a snake. And I heard few other sermons like that, you become dogs, pigeons, all that. How can you say that? Like, you don't see, like, in your life, have you seen?
No, I don't see them. I don't see none of them. The stories, the sutta stories. Now remember the Todeya story. I think you all know. Todeya became a dog. Yeah. So I think these stories are. I will explain the story. These stories are not visible to our normal understanding. These are very high-end stories. The narrative that is going in the story is hard to catch in our normal understanding. It is our problem, not the story's problem. Now the Todeya story, Todeya was a rich man. He passed away. This is under the Chulakama Vibhanga Sutta Majjhima Nikaya. And then he became the dog of the house. He became a dog. Because he had buried a lot of his treasure somewhere in the house. Now he wants to protect. He is not anymore a man, he became a dog. Dogs can protect the stuff very well. Right? And then somehow his son, Subba, wanted to give a dana to his father. At that time, Subba sent the dog to the temple. Don't do that. Don't send your dog to the temple to invite the monks. They come home. they will not be happy. But anyway, Subba sent his dog to the temple. And dog was just here and walking here and there. And the Buddha and monks knew he is the guy. We have to follow him. And on the way, though the dog doesn't like monks come to his house because his son is going to spend his money on these monks. So halfway of the leading them to the house, he changed the path to another road. The Buddha observed this couple times. When he did for the third time, he said, Todeya, you did the same thing before you became a dog. Don't do this anymore. You will create more karma. So he knew that Buddha understood him. So he left. This dog left, disappeared from that place, and then slowly came to the house and then started sleeping somewhere. And the Buddha also came with other monks, And then now the Buddha gave a Dhamma talk before the Dana, and then during the Dana time he asked Subha to come near him and then said, don't get offended. This dog is nobody, is your father. He was very mad. Who likes to hear that? Who likes to hear that my father became the dog of my house? And then if you want to know, give some food and then rub his body, give some love and ask, dear father, where did you bury the treasures? He will show you. And he did that. Then the dog went to the kitchen, somewhere in the kitchen, he started scratching a certain place. And then they started digging, they found all treasures. So this is proof. Living proof for the greed which brings people into becoming certain animals. And the incident of hunger ghost, there are many stories about that. And hatred, definitely. Even King Ashoka became a snake. Yeah, King Ashoka. He was very unhappy about a lady who was fanning him. So that means never die with Loba, never die with Dosa. Definitely you are destined. No guarantee.
But he was released from that realm, right? By King Ashoka, who was born as a Pandan, he was released from that realm.
Released, but even to become a snake for a week, it's kind of a very terrible experience, you know. That's a good question. What if you go to dementia? What if you go into a coma? Still, your thoughts are working. Not at that point. Your cognition works differently. Maybe you are catching up with the last thought before you went on to the coma. They are still living. Even their brain. Now, say for instance, the brain is dead, but the person is still living because of the heart. So the last thought, just before that person went on to the coma, maybe the brain hemorrhage is still working in his or her mind. Yeah, it works. At that point there is a cognitive dysfunction, but still that cognitive dysfunction relates to that time. But before that happens, he had a last thought, she had a last thought, that is working. Stories like that. This is about Hungry Ghost, and then remember about a monk.
One of the monks agreed for the robbers, and after last time he liked the robs, and after he did.
He became a monk, and the Buddha said, now there was a very good monk who passed away. Now, how do we say good monk and bad monk? It's good monk, bad monk has to come from thoughts. You cannot do it from outside, right? Now we unfortunately look at people from outside and calling them they are good and bad, right? In Buddhism, you are becoming a good person or bad person depending on how trained you are in your thoughts, right? And then once there was a monk passed away, other monks were going to cremate him. Buddha said, don't do that, stop for a moment. Then they asked why. The monk became a monk because he liked his robe. He's coming back to his robe. Interesting. So whatever likeness, whatever greed, even that is for the robe. You might take it from another point. A man likes a woman likes a man. Children like parents, parents like children. They like houses, cars, everything. But even from a Sangha perspective, very tiny Buddhist perspective, it is the same greed. Greed is greed. Whether it comes from that kind of background or this kind of background.
But isn't there a difference between like and greed?
Yes, certainly. I have made a flyer in my poster on my website about likes, and you have the laptop here. You can go and search it. The intensification of likes and dislikes should be understood. A like is okay. We have likes. Think about an example. You want to take a shower. It's a like. You want to go and eat a certain food. It's a like. And we also have a dislike. Fortunately, or whatever, unfortunately, social media people never develop a button called dislike. They don't like it. Right? They put an angry face. Now, other than that, have you ever found any social media, any very famous social media bringing a button, emoji, dislike? They don't. They only put like, love, other sad, angry faces. But dislike as a mental state is okay. Let's say there is a snake coming to this hole, everybody would like to take care of their life. That is normal. Let's say you go to a restaurant, there is a food that is not good for your health. You are going to avoid that food. Right? So we have likes and dislikes. But the problem is if you develop like into lobha, if you develop your dislike into dosa, that is the problem. How do you develop? Let's say you want to take a shower and you are trying so hard on that perspective. I should have this kind of a bath. If not, I am not going to take my shower. Right? And maybe I should eat that thing, I must do it. Let's say you have a dislike and you are bringing it to a hatred. You are developing that. Not even that level. Some people even bring those, lobha into abhijja, covetousness. Some people bring dosa into vyapada, too dangerous. So likes and dislikes are okay if you take care of them properly. We must have likes and dislikes. I mean, in the Western philosophy they have their own interpretations, but I'm taking it from the Pali background. We have Sata Asata. These are the Pali words. Sata Asata. Alright, any more? Yes.
You know, these days, dogs are even more loved than family members sometimes. So, I mean, we don't want to be born with a dog, or if it's not that, they don't have the potential to think and reach nibbana. Is that how it works? Because you don't, wait, maybe, what am I trying? I'm trying to say that it's almost not, I don't know how to say this, it's not so bad to be born as a dog because they're treated so well, so loved, compared to the past.
You are comparing from dogs in a comfortable place.
Yes.
Yeah, but we cannot make a argument, make a point like that because we don't see such examples in the text. It is said that all animals are living in a hell. This is what they say, but we see that certain animals, they can listen more, they can understand more. That's what we can see. They may be more comfortable, they may be more knowledgeable, but in order to get to a sotapanti or maybe an enlightenment, it's difficult. It's difficult for animals in general. That's why the Buddha said, try to appreciate your human life. When you become a human, appreciate it. That's actually there is a wrong understanding about to become a human, the way how people take it. The sutta called Bala Pandita Sutta. In this sutta, Buddha says, for a tirachanas, animals, or maybe hungry ghosts to become a human, it's very difficult. It is like there's an example with a one-eyed turtle. There's a one-eyed turtle. This one-eyed turtle comes out of the ocean once in every 100 years. At that time, once he or she is coming out of the surface of the ocean, he wants to see outside, but then he should be able to have a part of the yolk that was flushed to the rivers and then to the ocean. Such a very rare incident. So that is the probability of an animal or tirachanas to become a human, unless they have done a previous good karma in a past life. Who knows? But most animals, there may be some animals who can become humans. So it is not for a human to, it is not difficult for a human to become a human again. Trust me. But don't do akusalas, because now in Christianity they talk about you are sinners, you have done bad karma, they call it. you are sinners. You go to the southern US, you are sinners. But I always ask Dhamma speakers, don't call people are bad. They have become humans, they have done a huge good karma. Otherwise they can't be as such. They have food, they have facilities, they have enough requisites. They must have done a good karma. So why can't they go to the next step? Don't demonize them. You don't have to demonize them. So for a human to become a human again is highly possible. I would tell you this from an early research by Ian Stevenson. It's not a very recent one. 1,000 case studies. He went to Sri Lanka. He actually hypnotized a lot of people in the 70s. Every person he interviewed, even a young girl he interviewed, she said she was bitten by a snake and he passed away somewhere in Kurnagal area, and she was reborn in Kandy. Like, all these are related to Sri Lankan incidents within Sri Lanka. That means it is highly possible to be a human again, but based on how much 10 kusalas you are practicing. How much 10 kusalas you are doing. Not killing, not stealing, not sexually misbehaving, not lying, not backbiting, not slandering, not using harsh words, and not gossiping, idle chatting, not being covetous, not having ill will, not having mixture. The more you do these things, then you have a greater possibility to become a human again. Because you are already a human. When you are already a human, you have a greater possibility. So you don't have to demonize you that I will become an animal. But understand, if you have not trained your thoughts, then you might end up with a lobha, you might end up with a dosa, thereby things can happen. That is true. Train your thoughts. Now, anapanasati, walking meditation, all these are helping you to become so. So the answer is yes, there are comfortable animals, not even dogs. They may have a better cognition, but in Buddhism, animals are treated, considered that they are living in a place that they cannot understand the Dhamma, because they are struggling for the food. They are struggling for the. If you look at even the comfortable animals, they are jealous. They have sometimes jealousy. Sometimes, not all the animals. So they are struggling. Only for a human can understand these things, right? Human life is not to pain, not to happiness. That's why it is better to become a human, not to become a deva. You know, some devas die because of anger. Yeah, they die because of anger, extreme anger. So, anyways, there may be. So it is better to become a human. So take care of your human life. Appreciate every day, and then fast track your Dhamma journey. Yes. All right. Maybe we can take another 1 to 2 questions before we go to the chanting and sharing good karmas. We're almost in the last 20 minutes of our retreat. If anybody wants to come up and then give your comments about retreat or ask a Dhamma question. Well, it's up to them. It's up to their own. We can take care of them. We can facilitate their things. You mean after they passed away? Yeah. Why not? We're doing that already. When such animals pass away, we give good karmas even when they pass away. Yes, we can do it. Because at that point we don't treat dog as a dog. We identify the animal as a sansaric being. Maybe the pet became a human at that point. We never know. At that point, we take it differently. It's a sansaric being. This life, he was a pet. And next life, maybe a human, maybe a deva. But a little difficult. Because normally we understand the last moment affects our next life. So, yeah.
There are so many stories with Sansara,
Edgar cases, yeah. The book is Jinasa Vinaras, many mansions. And then Venerable Chandima Sumangala Thero translated this to be Sansara Mandira. That's an interesting book also actually. And actually she's writing about certain hypnotized events which Edgar Cayce did. Once there was a lady who had a very severe back pain. She cannot take it, and then she went to this Edgar Cayce, and Edgar Cayce hypnotized her. And then she went on to 14th century life. She was born in Austria. At that time, kings in Austria, they were setting lions to, they were sending some humans to the stage, and they were setting lions, and lions are eating them alive, and people are enjoying watching that thing. And she was not doing that, she was one of them in the audience. She was happy watching that, happy when other people are suffering. That's why she got this chronic back pain which nobody could help. Sometimes doctors are saying that we don't have treatments for you. No treatments for you. Even you send to Cleveland Clinic, no treatments. We don't know what this is. Let's do, this is beyond the medical knowledge, right? So there are reasons, sansaric problems, That's why when you are a human, try to practice lots of kusalas. This is the only way, and then halfway of the practice you may be enlightened, but we never know if we take another life, couple life, more lives, we never. So better to keep lot of kusalas going on the side in your life.
And always good thoughts only.
Good thoughts. Good speech also comes from good thoughts. Yes, they all are attached to good thoughts. How many good thoughts are there? Manokamas? That's a good question. How many good thoughts did the Buddha ask us to practice? Kusala thoughts? Yes. No, they are just thoughts. I'm asking how many kusala thoughts that we have to initially practice. Wow, that's a very basic question. Very basic, very basic question. How many kusalas are there? Then find out how many kusalas for the mind. How many? 10? You have to divide them. There are certain kusalas for the body, certain kusalas for the speech, certain kusalas for the mind. I'm asking how many are there for the mind? How many kusalas? 3. Can you name them? What are they? See, this is the problem. When you are not learning Dhamma in the structural way, as somebody said here, we pick up small bits from small Dhamma talks, and you never get to this structured knowledge. These are the basics. If you don't know kusalas, how to practice kusala? No, that is a different teaching. There are 3 kusala thoughts. They are called kusala roots, not the kusala. Kusalas come from there. When you ask where does Ganges start, you can say from the mouth of the Shiva, matted hair of the Shiva goat. But the river and the matted hair are 2 places. If I call the kusala roots, then the Shiva's matted hair. Ganges is a flowing river which goes to the ocean. I think I should have taught that earlier now, time, but there's a big serious concern actually. There's no basic knowledge about the most important Dhamma things. Okay, there are 3 kusala thoughts. The first one is not being covetous. Not being covetous. We call it anabicca. Anabicca. Second kusala thought? Avyapada, non-ill will. Third kusala thought? Sammaditthi, See? So these are the kusala thoughts. Then let me ask you, then you already know about 3 kusala thoughts. What about 3 kusala speeches? I said the number in the wrong way just to make you curious. There are 4 kusala speeches. What are they? What are they? Wow, interesting. How do you go to Nibbana? You are coming to a retreat, and these are the basics actually. Not lying, not slandering, not using harsh words, not gossiping. Can we take from the positive side? Take it from the positive side. Speaking the truth at all times. Then, second, Pisunavata means united speech. Try to always bring people together. Politicians do the other way around. They break people away for the votes. The more people are divided, the better votes they are getting. We are not doing that. We try to, when we talk, we are trying to unite people together. We don't step over to their relationships. We don't try to mess up. That means we have to think and talk. Otherwise we will ruin their relationship. There are people who, when they talk, even a small word, everything will be gone after that. So they'll have a kusala speech. Then the third one, speaking, understanding, sensitivity of the conversations. You are not hurting anybody. And then talking virtuous things, not gossiping means talking. Yeah. When I asked this question from in a place, they said it's the beneficial talk. Not gossiping means if you practice beneficial talk, is it beneficial talk? Is beneficial talk the opposite of sampappala? Is it? You think about there's A and B, 2 gossipers. A gossiper talks beneficial things to the B gossiper. Can this happen? A gossiper picks up the phone and talks to the B gossiper about what they like, beneficial to 2 gossipers. Isn't it? Unlimited calls, free calls, and then they are talking beneficial talk. 2 gossipers are talking beneficial stuff. It's not beneficial talk. It's the virtuous conversation that makes you not to be wrong. So these are the 4 good speeches. How you make kusala speeches. There are 4 ways to make kusala speeches. Then the body. Now already 7 been done. 7 been discussed. 3. Trying to take care of every being, including us. Trying to take care of what other people have, including your stuff. Trying to behave well. Now the question is, why did the Buddha make kusala in 4 for the speech? That means a lot of people make akusalas when they talk. More akusalas are coming up when they talk. They lie. Nowadays cheating is a big issue with the modern things. And then they hurt people a lot. And then they, they divide people all the time for their tiny little comforts. And then they gossip a lot, waste their time. So we make a lot of akusalas with our speech, more than the thoughts, and actually they have connection with the thoughts. So take care of you with wise attention not to create the wrong side of akusala side of these 10. Alright, I think we have almost come down to the close of our retreat. I think I'm hopeful that you have been learning a lot. I would like to remind you to learn the basics, learn how to basically understand a sutta, do your own search, and I already given you a substantial, I would say a verifiable place to find meaning, translation. Still there are issues. That means you need to consult a good teacher, a teacher who can understand these early texts, at the same time the contemporary modern use of these concepts. And our practices during the retreat are not going to finish by 5. They have to be continued. And meditation is not on the cushion. The true meditation happens off the cushion. So try to bring these practices to your house in a way that you can do your daily chores very well, more peacefully, happily, without messing around with anybody. So I hope that these Dhamma teachings that we've been learning are going to really help you. And gratitude to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha for all these things. And now, what we are going to do is we're going to chant. We will chant 2 suttas, and then we will go to the termination of the precepts. I think, I don't know, is there anybody who want to keep the 8 precepts for tonight? Or if they want to keep them, they don't have to take the 5 precepts. Other than that, everybody need to take the 5 precepts. Huh? Okay. Now we are going to chant. May all these good karmas we are making through the chanting be upon you, your family, your parents, your family members, and everybody here. Even the resident monks, including Chief Reverend and all the other Sangha members, everybody here. May all they be blessed and protected by the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Thinking thus, we're going to chant a sutta. We're going to chant the Ratana Sutta. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Yani devotani samagatani bummani vaya nivarantalike sabbeva bhuta sumana bhavantu atopi sakkacca sunantu vasitam tasmahi bhutani sameta sabbe mettam karota manusiya pacaya divaca rattoca haranti bali tasmahi rakkata appamatta yankinci vittam idevahurang va sarge suvayam ratanam namo samam atti tathagatena idampi buddhe ratanam panitam etena saccena swatti hotu kayam viragam amatam panitam yadakshaga sakyuni samahito nati dhammena samarthi kinchi idampi dhamme ratanam panitam etena saccena swatti hotu yang buddha setto parivanna isuci samadhimanam trikanyamahu samadhinathena samuna vicchati idampi dhamme etena saccena swanti hotu ye puggala atta satam pasatta Cakutani tani yugani honti te dakkiniya sugatassa savaka ete sudinnani mahamtalani idampi sanghe ratanam panitam ete sancena swatti hotu ye suppayutta manasa dalhena Nikhamino Uttama Sasanam hi Te Patti Patta Amatam Vigaihe Labdha Mudha Idampi Sanghe Ratanam Panitam Etena Sanchena Swatti Hotu Yatinda Kilo Patevin Sitosya Chatumbivatevi asampakampiyo tatupevang sappurisam vadami yo ariya saccani avinca passati idampi sanghe ඒතේන සච්චේන සුවත්ති හෝතු යේ අරිය සච්ඡානි විභාවයන්ති ගම්භීර පන්නේන සුදේසිතානි කිංචාපිතේ හොන්ති බුසප්පවත්තා නතේ භවං ඉදම්පි සංඝේ රතනං පනීතං ඒතේන සච්චේන සුවත්ති හෝතු සහවස්ස දස්සන සම්ප්‍රදාය තයස්සු ධම්මා චහිතා සක්කාය දිට්ඨි විචිකිච්ඡිතං ච සීලම්බතං වාපි අදන්ති කිංචි චතුහ පායේ ච විප්පරුන්තෝ චචාපිඨානානි ඉදම්පි සංඝේ රතනං පනීතං ඒකේන සංචේන සුවන්ති හෝතු කිංචාපි සෝකම්ම කරෝති පාපකං කායේන වාචා උදචේතසා අබංගෝසෝ තස්ස පටිච්චාදාය අබංගතාදිච්ච ඉදම්පි සංඝේ රතනං පනීතං ඒකේන සංචේන සුවන්ති හෝතු වනප්ප ගුණ්ඩේ යථා කුස්සිතංගේ ගිම්හානවාසේ පඨමස්මින් තතුපවං ධම්ම වරං අදේසයි නිබ්බානගාමින් පරමං හිතාය ඉදම්පි ගුණ්ඩේ රතනං පනීතං ඒකේන හෝතු වරෝ වරන්නෝ වරෝ වරාහරෝ අනුත්තරෝ ධම්ම වරං අදේසයි ඉදම්පි ගුණ්ඩේ රතනං පනීතං ඒකේන සච්චේ සුවත්ති හෝතු කීනං පුරාණං නවන්නක්ති සම්භවං විරක්ත චිත්තා ආයතිකේ තේකේන බීජා අවිරුද්ධ ඡන්දා නිබ්බන්ති ධීරා යතමායං පදීතෝ ඉදම්පි සංඝේ ඒතේන සච්චේන සුවන්ති හෝතු යානිද භූතානි සමාගතානි බුම්මානි වාය නිවරන්තරික්කේ තථාගතං දේව මනුස්ස පූජිතං බුද්ධං නමස්සාම සුවන්ති හෝතු යානිද භූතානි සමාගතානි බුම්මානි වාය තථාගතං දේව මනුස්ස පූජිතං ධම්මං නමස්සා සුවන්ති හෝතු යානිද භූතානි සමාගතානි බුම්මානි වාය නිවරන්තනික්කේ තථාගතං දේව මනුස්ස පූජිතං සංඝං නමස්සා සුවත්ති හෝතු ඒතේන සච්ච වච්චේන දුක්ඛාරූප සංයුක්තේ ඒතේන සච්ච වච්චේන භයාරූප ඒතේන සච්ච වච්චේන රෝගාරූප සමින්තුතේ සාදු සාදු සාදු. Now I am going to give you the 5 precepts. For those who want to keep the 8 precepts, you don't have to take the 5 precepts. Others, probably most of you, you are going to terminate your 8 precepts as of now. So please say Namo Tassa 3 times to observe 5 precepts. Buddham saranam gacchami Dhammam saranam gacchami Sangham saranam gacchami Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinādāna viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Kāmesu micchāchārā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musāvādā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Suramiraya majjapamā datthāna viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, now we are moving on to the transference of merits. First of all, we need to be thankful and grateful to the chief monk over here, Venerable Ahangam Ratan Sirinayakatero, and the other monks really took care of the program as well, Venerable Nayakatero, Vimalaputti Nayakatero, and the what do you have to do? Venerable Sumedha, right? Sumedha and all the other monks. Gratitude and thanks to them, much merits to them too. At the same time, for the board of management of this Toronto Mahavihara for organizing, facilitating this event. We've been planning almost probably a little over 1 month of this program. They have been able to nicely execute, plan this program. My trip over here, and now let's think about may all the good karmas we will be doing during these 2 days be transferred to all the departed ones who passed away in the name of all of you. Even after the transference, put a word in this. So, may all the good karmas we've been doing so far be transferred to all the departed ones, including all the devotees who have donated to this temple, to make this temple a place of worship for other devotees to come and benefit. And also other monks who have been here for long term. I think this Vihara is the oldest Theravada temple across Canada. Any Bhante who has spent time over here giving dana, dhammadana to all of you, spending time for all of you, maybe all these devotees. May all these people, including your parents, maybe if your parents passed away, anybody else, siblings, anyone who passed away, in the name of all of you, may they be able to receive all these good karmas. May the good karmas be transferred to them. May they be well and happy. If they were reborn in a place of pain, kama dugati, may they be able to release from that painful place. If they are already reborn in a place of happiness, kama sugati, may they be able to improve their life and then learn more Dhamma, practice more Dhamma, and finally attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Idam me yati namatu sukhitam tu yateo. Idam me Nyatayo idammi nyati nanutu sukita tu nyatayo. Once again, I want to be thankful to the chief incumbent and our Nayaka Hamduru here, Venerable Vemuluputti Nayaka Thero. He was asking me all the needs to facilitate this event even during this short time, and all the other monks Bhantes at the same time, to the members of the Toronto Mahavihara Management Committee for coordinating and organizing this event for the benefit of the devotees. I initially had contact with Asoka Pinatuva Mahatma, and then especially Bandula Sapatatra Mahatma, and Kitsari Mahatma was one of my early encounters even before I became a monk. Kitsari Mahatma is not here, right? He's here. Okay, so he was one of, I know his father. Okay, you are there. I was talking about you and your father. Our houses were adjacent in Maligawata Kalangute at that time, and I know his father. I always go to his house at that time. I was very small, so small world. So you all facilitating, initially, and I know there are a lot of other people, even Batra, Matni, and all these many others. Even I forgot your name, Shirama, and most of the others. Sorry if my ignorance of the names. There will be a formal vote of thanks after. Anumodana to all of you to make this a real event. I know this temple, according to, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first retreat that you are doing after COVID. It's a huge momentum. So hopefully that these retreats will continue so that you can get the full benefits. And also want to remember Mrs. Puguduni Siambalapiti, Mrs. Sriyani Ramkot and members of the Ruksavana Cultural Society for their generosity in providing breakfast this morning to all of you. And to Mr. and Mrs. Vasanta Amarasinghe and family for sponsoring the Davaldana to the yogis this lunch. Much merit to all of you for your kindness and generosity. In addition to Namal and Vasanti and daughter for preparing dana. Finally, to all those volunteers who assisted in many ways to make this event a success. Thinking thus, we're going to think about Deva Naga Mahitika. May all Deva Naga Mahitika share all these good karmas which we've been doing for these 2 days. May they be well and happy. May they protect and bless all of you, including Nayaka Hamduru and other monks and all devotees, for good health, quality of life, prosperity and safety. May Devanaga Mahidika in particular bless your Dhamma journey. May your Dhamma journey become a seamless, consistent, constant, flowing Dhamma journey. May not become a dry practice. May not become a stagnated practice. When you know the true Dhamma, it's going to flow very nicely, consistently, seamlessly. May Devanaga Mahidika be well and happy and finally attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Akasattha Chabumatta Devanaga Mahidika Punyantan Anuditva Chiram Rakhantu Lokasasanam Chiram Rakhantu Desanam Chiram Rakhantu Mam Paranti Chiram Rakhantu Tvam Sadati. Also, in this endless samsaric journey, may we be in the company of Kalyana Mittas. We all are Kalyana Mittas to each other. Without Kalyana Mittas, although you know a lot of Dhamma, you are not able to properly practice them. May we be in the company of Kalyana Mittas, like-minded individuals who have a fascination about practicing Dhamma. May we be a help to each other, one another. Thinking thus, we're going to make the wish. Imina punya kamena mami bala samagamu satang samagamu yavanimmana patya. Finally, may all the good karmas which we've been making since yesterday up until now be supportive and helpful for all of us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana in the foreseeable future. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Abhivadana siddhisse niccam vaddha pachayino chattaro dhamma vaddhanti ayuvanno sukham balang ayurarogya sampatti sampatti sabba sampatti mevacha ato nibbana sampatti iminati saminchatu sadhu sadhu sadhu. Before I pass the mic on to the formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite Venerable Nayakathero, Vimalabhuti Nayakathero, to speak a few words about the event.
Atipujya Acharya Gangadwila Chandima Hansa Vasanavanta Pingmanta යෝගාවචර පින්වත්නි පින්වතියනි ඊ සන්ධ්‍යා භාගය ආරම්භ කළ විභාවනා වැඩමුළුව හැමදිනම සතුටටපත් කරමින් දැන් නිමා වෙච්ච අවස්ථාව. ආචාර්ය ගංගොඩවිල චන්දිමහාඳුර පිළිබඳව මම කිසිවක් කලින් දැනගෙන හිටියේ නැහැ. උන්වහන්සේගේ මේ සත්කාරය පිළිබඳව ඒ මොහොතක එවැනි අවස්ථාවක ටොරන්ටෝ මහා විහාරයේ දායක සභාව විශේෂයෙන් මේ පිළිබඳව උනන්දු වෙලා උන්වහන්සේගේ භාවනා වැඩපිළිවෙල පිළිබඳව ධර්ම අවබෝධයෙන් යුක්තව තමයි උන්වහන්සේට ආරාධනා කළේ ටොරන්ටෝ මහා විහාරයේ භාවනා වැඩමුළුවක් පවත්වන්න. උන්වහන්සේගේ ආරාධනාවට වැඩම කළාට පස්සේ අපිට කතා කරන්න අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා උන්වහන්සේ සමග විවිධ ආගමික කටයුතු වලට භාවනාමය වැඩමුළු වලට උන්වහන්සේට මේ දවස් දෙක තුළ පිටට ගිහිල්ලත් ඒවට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න අවස්ථා තිබුණා. ඒ නිසා රාත්‍රී කාලෙත් අපිට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණේ මේ ආගමික සාකච්ඡා කරන්න. කොහොම නමුත් උන්වහන්සේගේ ඊයේ හොන්දියා භාගය ආරම්භ කළ මේ භාවනා වැඩමුළු උන්වහන්සේ අදට උපදෙස් දෙන්නේ යෝගාවචර පිරිසට දිගටම තමන්ගේ ජීවිතයට ඒවා සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන ආකාරය පැහැදිලි කරලා දුන්නා. විහාරස්ථානයේ තියෙන කාර්යබහුලත්වය නිසා ඒ වැඩසටහන් කිසියකට අපට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ඊටමත්ම සාර්ථක විදියට මේ භාවනා වැඩමුළුව මෙහෙයපු ආචාර්ය ගංගොඩවිල චන්දිමහාඳුරන් වහන්සේට උන්වහන්සේ මේ ගෙන යන බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ මග පෙන්වීම අනුව චරිත මික්කවේ චාරිකම් බහුජන හිතාය බහුජන සුඛාය කියලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ප්‍රථම ධර්ම දූත පිරිසට අවවාද කළ ආකාරයට උන්වහන්සේ මේ ගෙන යන වැඩ කටයුත්ත මේ භාවනා වැඩමුළු කටයුතු උන්වහන්සේට කිසිම බාධාවක් නැති විදිහට කරගෙන යාමට තුන්වන්ගේ ආශිර්වාදයේ සැලසේවා. උන්වහන්සේගේ අභිලාෂයන් පරමාර්ථ අරමුණු බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන ආකාරයට සාර්ථක වේවා. ඒ වගේම අපි සෑම දිනම අවසානයේ බලාපොරොත්තු වන සදාකාලික සපතව නාමා නිවනින් සැනසීම ලබා ගැනීමට මේ සත්කාරය ඉවහල් වේවායි අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු. සෑම දිනකම සම්මා සම්බුදු සරණයි.
At this point, I would like to invite Bhante D'Souza to offer the donations that was given to us by all of the devotees yesterday and today. Chandima Thero, management committee members who are present today, and friends in Dhamma. It's my honor and privilege to offer this vote of thanks at the end of this wonderful event, retreat that we have. So this retreat, we have been thinking about it for a long time, but after COVID we were not able to, and we must thank Asoka and Dr. Gangadwila Chandima Thero for thanks by thanking our Nayagatero, the chief incumbent of this temple, who is not present here today, but he is in Sri Lanka. But we contacted him and he wholeheartedly gave us his blessing and the go-ahead. So we thank him for that. We also like to thank our beloved Venerable Vimalabudhi Thero and the incumbent Theros of this temple, giving us all the help and support and the guidance. We also would like to thank the management committee members who gave us their full-hearted support to make this event a huge success, and we'd like to continue with this in the future as well. Next, I would like to thank the Pudu and Nishantha Simula Pitya for their generous offer of the breakfast this morning, and also Shriyani Rankotagedara for giving us a wonderful candle to help us at the breakfast time. We would like to thank Upul Hevage, who helped us with the sound and other technical matters during this event, for his untiring effort to make this event a success. We'd like to then thank Mr. Vasanta Marsingh and his family for sponsoring the Dani or the meal for this afternoon, today. And last night, I should mention, I almost forgot, the management committee was the sponsors of that meal for last night. We also like to thank all of you, the fellow yogis who came here today and yesterday to make this a success, and your participation. Without that enthusiasm, this event would not have been a success, which happened for 2 days alone. Thank you very much for being here, and all the merit and peace. Thank you. Okay, so Bhante is suggesting that we can have a group photo, if you don't mind. Please gather together, we'll take a photo.